SpeedTour returns to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta March 22nd through the 24th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, Prototype Sprint Series Association, and the Formula Regional Promotion. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Speed Tour from Sebring. Yes, it's the 2024 Sebring Speed Tour, live from the International Raceway here in Florida, Central Florida, where the oranges grow. And yes, the sun is shining once again here on a beautiful day. The wind has died down as well. We had a very breezy first day of action. And we start today with our coverage of SVRA, but featuring also Trans Am coming up, TA, XGT, SGT, GT action coming your way. But we start off with some group coverage of Group 6 and 12. A featured race from yesterday as well that we showed you. And we welcome you to, once again, the Mission Foods Sebring International Raceway. Home, of course, to the 12 hours of Sebring, and has been opened since since 1950. And over the years, it has been a venue that has grown in history and esteem, and of course marked by the 12 hours of Sebring. Well, as always, Ben Sissel is in the thick of it, and he's down on the grid. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Well, thanks, Jonathan. Here I am at the grid, Group 6, 12A, and the cars are just starting to show up. Now, for those are wondering, you see right back here, two different Mustangs, 2 different years. This green car here is a Group 12 car, and then the blue car, the number 80, is a Group 6 car. Group 6 cars are big bore, American muscle, Porsches from basically 1966 to 1972, and then a Group 12 car is basically 1973 to about 5-6 years ago. So this is John Strauss here. John was running yesterday. He was second on the grid. John, do you have a starter today, or are we pushing it? Looks like we might be push starting this car again today. Then another thing we could talk about, and this was great, this came from our comments section. I knew that this beautiful blue car here with this little tail, you see this tail? So it is the fastback, but this little tail here, and then the tail lights of it, this is a Shelby GT 500. We couldn't tell if that was the California Special or the GT 500. So we're getting that going. You can see here, I love it, the old-fashioned labels here. You see the fuel cell vent, cap off to run. So this is a Shelby GT 500?
This is a Shelby GT 500, and it was run in Sebring 71 and 72, been a small block since 69.
So it actually has some Sebring history to it.
It absolutely does. We brought it back 50 years after it was here in 72.
Nice. Thank you so much for bringing it back. That's awesome. Renee Tersilla here. Renee is with Griffin Motorsports, so is John Strauss. They're running in TA. Jeff Lindstrom just made his first jump from SVRA to Trans Am, but this is a beautiful car. So happy to have Renee here. Then Tony, I've got to point out this car here, Jim Glass. Unbelievable car. This is like the definition of some of our gold medallion cars here. Jim, such a beautiful car with so much history. Thanks for bringing it. And what's it like to be racing it at Sebring?
It's amazing. It really is. I love the track, and being in Florida in February is pretty good too. So Nope. So we came down from New York, so this is a real treat. Nice. So,
And this car has some New York, Connecticut racing history, doesn't it?
yes, from the early 70s. It ran in Bridgehampton, Lime Rock, Thompson. Husband and wife team had it, and the wife was faster than the husband with it. So anyway, that was that. Yeah. Thank you.
So that's Jim Glass. So if you don't mind, we'll come up near the front. So we'll come to the front of the grid. Now that the cars are coming, we let Ray Zisa there in that Corvette. Beautiful car. So the reason we've got kind of a mixed group like this is they look good on track together, but then they also run about the same lap times. So Kurt Vogt right here, Cobra Automotive, in this beautiful blue number 23 Boss 302. Kurt Vogt is actually the president of the Shelby Club and owns Cobra Automotive that builds these cars. Then we've got Gary Moore here, this beautiful Wimbledon white Shelby GT 350. So we've got two Shelbys, two vintage Shelbys on the grid. And then we're coming here to John DeGainer, getting ready to go out. But this was originally his dad's car, is that correct?
That's correct. We've been working on it, improving it, and improving the driver, and he's doing a phenomenal job. I'll give up my seat to him any day.
Nice, yeah, doing really well. And we're going to see him later in the TA series. But just last night was awarded the Group 6 GT champion for the season. So that's got to feel really good. How many awards did he come away with last night?
3. But his wife was there. This is Colleen.
Colleen, what's up? I've met your daughter at COTA. Yeah, nice to meet you. And I met John's sister at Watkins Glen, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
So nice. So you went to the banquet. You're seeing him come home with all this hardware. Do you have somewhere in your house to put that?
Well, I was going to ask him actually where he's planning to put it. I mean, he has lots of choices. The garages, Scott's place.
Anywhere but your house, it sounds
his
like.
Office. I'm not sure what he's going to choose, but all is good.
Nice, but you're saying anywhere but the house, is that right? Nice to meet you. Then we come over here to Phil Lasco, going out in this Group 12 Mustang. Phil, unbelievable start yesterday. And did you just know that you had the grip right away?
Well, I was hoping that was the case. I didn't know for sure, but that was the plan.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for bringing that out. That's awesome. You can see the Lasco Ford. Then we'll come over here. We've got some unbelievable cars over here. So with Concierge Motorsports, we've got Edward. Oh, Edward, get in. You're not running away from me. Hey, how you doing, buddy? So were you out in the silver Corvette yesterday?
Yeah.
And you're not going today, obviously.
Correct. We've loaded it up.
Okay, so who is in this car?
Lewis.
Oh, Lewis, nice. So Lewis is in this beautiful Concierge Motorsports. Lewis, having Edward with Duntov and Concierge and Alan Savagian, so much Corvette history and experience, is that helping you out there?
I tell you, I got great mechanics. They're helping me. They designed the car, and then these guys are teaching me as I go. I'm my second year in only, and they're helping me every step of the way.
Nice, I love it. Thank you so much, Lewis. Oh, here comes a Cobra. Look at this. We got to get this in the sunlight. He's coming right to you, Tony. But absolutely beautiful car. And a lot of people would look at this, and a lot of people wrap their car in brushed aluminum, but this is actually brushed aluminum. Hey, wait, one more time. Here we go. My favorite vintage racing journalist. We got to get her on camera here. Come over here, Robin. I'm going to put you on the spot. So, Tony, Robin Handy, this is Dave Handy's wife, huge helper in vintage racing, always takes the best photos and everything and helping us out, but you absolutely still love this, don't you?
Absolutely. I've been doing this since the 80s with my dad and my brother, and can't think of anywhere else I'd rather be, and very lucky to have married someone involved in the sport and get to come to about 30 or 40 races a year.
I love it. So Robin Handy with Sasco Sports. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thanks, Big B. Yep, and hopefully we'll drag him up here and he can join me to enjoy the proceedings. But nice to walk through there. are Group 6 and Group 12A entries. And as you can see, quite an eclectic group of different cars from mid-60s all the way up to what 2014, 2017, I think is the most modern car, and that's Rene Tassila in that Ford 350. And great to see that Shelby GT 350 Mustang that ran here in Trans Am in 1971 and 72. Well, as I said earlier, it's a beautiful day here. Those big haulers you see there just in front of the main grandstand are IndyCar, and they will be testing here tomorrow and Monday, Tuesday, and they arrived last night, so they are, all of Indy is here as they get ready for St. Pete. And great to see the names like Roger Penske and Andretti Ganassi that have all contributed to our form of racing, which of course is Trans Am, SVRA, Formula Regional, F4, International GT, PSSA, you name it, all part of Pirelli Holdings. And as you can see, the marshals just getting a little bit of a respite before they head into action. That's the vision at 12, and of course this is still a live airport in the background as we look up from Sunset, turn towards the Ullman Strait. And looking high above, likewise, the Cube 3 Turn 7, one of the most action-filled spots at Sebring. That's where you do your braking, that's where you do your overtaking. Generally speaking, there are other places to overtake, and we can also see the exit of Sunset from there, the last corner, which this weekend is our Mission Foods Sunset corner. Mike Gonzalez, who runs Mission Foods, in action this weekend in IGT. And we'll also have action today, if you're tuning in on the live stream and on our Speed Tour YouTube channel. We'll have action from groups 1, 3, 4, and 5B. We'll also have action from 5A, 7, and 11. And again, Group 10 will be shown on our live stream. And the Pony Wars will be evident again as we show you our action from the first round of the TA Trans Am Championship. And this is where Trans Am began back in 1966. And it continues today to be the longest road running series there is. So away they go. Great stuff once again by Tony Garcia, getting his right up front and close with each and every car, risking life and limb. Quite literally then. No question about it. And I did say that Ben might just come on up, having introduced us to everybody. He has done just that, and now you can see them on track, and we are led by the Ginetta. That's our new pace car. The Ginetta 5.6, I think it is. And the most modern form of the current Ginettas, which go back in history, of course, a little factory from the UK. We're our GT4 champions just a few years ago here in Trans Am as well as part of the Speed Tour. Raina Cipriani, I believe. No change to the track here at Sebring. It's as bumpy as ever. That's why Indy actually quite like coming here, because they head to the streets of St. Petersburg in a couple of weeks' time. And so this is a good place to actually test the latest cars from Indy because of the bumps. So there's rhyme and reason for them coming here for two reasons. One, it's nice and dry. Two, it's only an hour down the road to St. Pete or so. And so they can get ensconced and get sorted for themselves.
Well, Jonathan, I'm looking for Todd Treffert. Not seeing him, so he might have to start from the back. He just got out of his car with International GT.
I was about to say, yeah, he's busy, isn't he? Yeah.
And a lot of times they force all those cars to the podium, so I don't see his car in pit lane. So hopefully he makes it out. He had a really fun time last night at our banquet, and his nephew Andrew, I think, went away with 3 huge trophies.
Wow.
So they might have to rent a U-Haul to get those home. But I was sitting with them for most of the night, and I kind of was pretty stern with his sister Dawn for not giving us the thumbs up.
Oh,
and she made a comment like, "Well, you're lucky you didn't get a different finger."
Okay. Well, she won the race.
So I'm going to try this today.
She won the race, though.
Yeah, she did win a race. Yeah, she's a really good driver.
No, she was second.
Like the camera.
She was second.
She was second overall, but she won her group.
Okay, fair enough.
And I did get a answer from her. The reason she's in Group 12 is she's running a set of tires that she likes that puts her in Group 12. And then also, I need to apologize to you and everybody leaving comments. Like I said, feel free to yell at the commentators in the comment section, and we did. You were right.
Let's define that.
It's the Casey Kane number 9 car that I said was the Bill Elliott, Ray Evernham era. It's the Casey Kane, and you even said it. I talked to the driver, and then I looked at the comments last night, and there was a lot of all caps Casey Kane exclamation points. And so that's basically the way to yell at us.
When you said special the other day about, and I did say fastback, didn't I? I didn't know.
Yeah, it's a Shelby though.
That's a Shelby.
Yeah, so we are running on limited information up here. We basically have the driver's names and class and make and model of the car, but not anything else other than that. So you have to excuse us, but feel free to correct us too. This is your chance, man. This is fun. So leave us some comments there on YouTube. Who are you rooting for, and where are you watching from?
And which cars you like and why. That's always a big part of historic racing.
Or if they have history. Like yesterday, my friend David Bearden actually texted me a whole 914 Porsche history.
Yes.
So it's always good to have resident experts.
Well, I threw the question out there, didn't I? I was like, what the heck? What's the deal? And got the whole Volkswagen thing. Very interesting. So as you can see, the Genetis lights are off. That's our pace car right in the middle and center of your picture. And then Todd Treffert and Edward Savagin, Phil Lasco, John DeGainer, who is also in action in TA. So he's got a busy day today, big man. So he's going to take, what a juxtaposition. He's going to go from a Devon to a TA modern car. I love it.
Edward Savagin, unfortunately, has dropped out, but here comes the green flag, Jonathan.
All right, here we go then. And do we know where Todd is? Green flag waves then for our first group race of the day. Group 6 and 12A as they fly towards the first corner here at Sebring, which is a classic. You take a nice wide berth around the outside and then duck dive into the inside. Away we go.
Yeah, Phil Lasco didn't quite get the start that he had yesterday, and it looks like Gary Moore popped up to the front in that GT350. Phil Lasco next to John DeGainer, and then Kurt Vogt and John DeGainer going at it. Now, Gary Moore, Kurt Vogt, John DeGainer are all basically in, and actually that Shelby 500 are all in the same, Seth Burgett are all in the same canopy. So we're going to, under the same tent. So we're going to see what happens here. As they come to Cube 3, turn 7. Phil Lasco has the modern brakes.
Yeah, and the modern Mustang, as it were. Cobra. Away they go down the Fangio straight, and yes, he used those modern brakes to good use there. Phil Lasco in the Mustang, but not getting away from the older version that quickly, is he?
No, those GT350s, the power hasn't changed that much, really. No. That hasn't evolved like it did because they're still running about the same displacements just per the rules. But, it's in the braking, the handling, the just overall geometry of these cars. There's Kurt Vogt.
You said
Cobra
he's the Cobra Automotive. He runs that, does he?
He's the owner-operator of Cobra Automotive, president of the Shelby Club. Looks like we got some fuel venting out of the left there.
No problem.
That's out of the fuel cell. That is normal. That's just they just wanted to make sure they finished this race. We are adding longer races than they're used to, so they're filling them to the top to make sure they can make it.
Well, here he is, the top end of the circuit before you head down that long Ullman straight, and that's where you really stretch the legs of these muscle cars, both modern and traditional, or historic, as we like to say.
We've got some comments from Jerry Robinson, who won our Amateur Mechanic of the Year last night. And you remember Jerry, last year when we were here, he lost his rear wing and was kind of crab walking down that shot there. Now there's John DeGainer in that beautiful Devon. Jerry Robinson, thanks for joining us. We miss you, but hopefully we'll be seeing you soon.
That Devon bouncing over the curbs there. It's very, very tough, that last corner. You're going hard right. The car is trying to shift you wide, and you're trying to hold on to it. And meanwhile, there's bumps galore. Side-by-side action again here. But Through goes the 80, my favorite in this field. I said yesterday, Seth Burgett.
Ooh, he's going wide.
Whoa, too wide.
Hold on to it, Seth.
He's going to hit your Mission Foods. Whoa, he did. Oh, nicely.
Did he miss it?
He missed it. Look at that.
Oh, man. You're getting an award, Seth. Nice job.
Wow, that was good. Even Juan Gonzalez, I think, will be happy with that. Missed your banner.
Free bag of chips for Seth.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, he kept it out of the wall, which is very
More
hard to do
importantly,
there.
yeah.
So, yeah.
He was at speed, that's for sure.
I think he'll take that. But he did go the extra effort to miss my sign there. So we appreciate that as we look high above. Now, these are two teammates, Renee Tursilla and John Strauss. Renee Tursilla, longtime racer with us with Griffin Motorsports, South Florida, but absolutely beautiful car, very well prepared, very fast driver.
Yeah, I hadn't realized how big Griffin kind of is. It's been going a while, hasn't it? They're racing for 6th and 7th position. Ray Zizza is in 8th position, and then James Glass 9th, and Bradley Steele running at the top 10.
Phil Manson saying he loves that Golf livery there and that Shelby GT 500.
Yeah, I do too.
Now, my list says it's a GT 500. That would be AP. My grid sheet says it is a GT 350, which would put him in B production.
Well, didn't he said it was a 500? Because it says GT 500 on the plate.
Yeah.
When he was showing us the back of it, it says GT 500.
And it raced here.
71 and 72.
Yeah, how cool is that? Now, there's Ray Zisa in that, there's something about yellow Corvettes at Sebring. Just so much history with those CompuWare cars. So it's really cool to see him there as they go through Bennett, Bridge Hall, Bishop's Bend.
Oh, you got it. First time round.
I'm trying. I was tongue-tied and twisted like a certain Pink Floyd lyric.
I know.
What song is that? But let's see here if our commenters know what song that is. As John DeGainer, look at that, coming outside of Kurt Vogt. A little bit better handling as that Devon.
Learning to fly.
I think it's comfortably no.
No.
But it might be. I don't know. Maybe our commenters know.
We'll find. We've got bound to have some Floyd fans out there.
How's this for some Corvette history with Ray Zisa followed by Jim Glass? A couple decades between those two Corvettes.
Yeah, no kidding. A few changes. Voigt's now 4th position. DeGainer drops to 3rd. Phil Lasco now leads from Gary Moore. Strauss up to 5th. Renee Tursilla is 6th. Ooh.
Jim Glass getting on the binders there. Saw what was happening. Nice job from Jim. But that was kind of a nearly full speed braking there. That gets dangerous in those bumps. This seems to be the battle. Our camera crew is picking this up perfectly.
Yeah.
That's Bradley Steele in that 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. Followed by Jim Glass. So, unfortunately, Scott Shadle is not out there today, and I called him Tom Shadle yesterday, but his name is Scott Shadle. Scott, sorry about that. Man, look at that thing move. Okay.
Oh, that was a mistake. Yeah. You heard the squeal of the tires underneath him.
Yeah, that seems to be like a little bit too hard on the brakes, and you could see it really affected the balance.
Seth Burgett there in the 500. So Lasco continuing to lead here. This is our Group 6 and Group 12. We'll have several groups in action today, and our feature race coming up straight after this, which is the TA, SGT, XGT, and GT Trans Am.
Now, you know how I love my awkward, so I put the mic in his wife's face and said, where in the house? And she said, it can go in the garage, it can go in his office, and she named everywhere but the house. I love that.
I love it. Yeah, I bet that's a contentious moment when you arrive back with your plastic prize.
Well, no, these are, when you win a championship, you win a pretty big cup trophy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty coveted thing, and he worked really hard to win that 6 GT championship last year.
Could you put flowers in it? Could you put flowers in it, maybe?
You could put flowers in it, yeah. Okay. It would hold a bottle of champagne with ice.
There you go. Now you're thinking.
Beautiful shots here. You can really see when they get on the brakes by the car just kind of dipping.
Yeah. And as you roll in, this is a great shot to see how this sunset.
Yeah, see how high up that car is. And they set it up and then it dips down like that. That's on the brakes because they have to set it up higher here than anywhere else. I was talking to JJ with Tommy Dreese's crew, like the shock expert in the paddock. And he's like, yeah, this is the softest setup we have.
How about that with the plane landing just behind?
Yeah, look at that shot.
Nice work, Mr. Cameraman.
Cessna coming behind him.
I think that's Big Ron. Do Ron. And again, into sunset they go. The Mission Foods Sunset corner. That's the number 38, Bradley Steele. And I love all these particular, that's the Chevrolet Camaro, but all these sort of historic Trans Am, as I like to call them. And of course there is an official historic Trans Am group that convenes around America. A very strong group too. Priceless cars they run. Very privileged to have been part of watching them.
And you're absolutely right, because they're categorized as Group 6 TA. That means Trans Am. So they're set up to the specifications of Trans Am from 1966 to 1972. That's the Don Yount and Bradley Steele.
Yeah. Well, Don Yount actually was here a couple of weeks ago testing a modern Trans Am car, I think for Tommy Dreese.
Oh, that's cool.
So always nice to have him doing and going about his paces, as it were.
We have the legend John Gorsline looking over our shoulder, Jonathan.
That's a scary thought.
But you're welcome to come in and watch, John. And he's a longtime supporter with the Dyson racing team, Chris Dyson. So, yeah, it's great to have, it's cool to come to Sebring and have these little family reunions like this.
Yeah.
You want to grab a headset and talk with us a little bit? No.
He's taking a back seat. I like the hat.
But John races a true English Mini with us.
Good man.
At Watkins Glen. So we're good friends. Both like our British sports cars.
I love them. Thank you. Oh, we get bids as well.
Look at that. That's awesome.
That's a hell of a move.
So that's Victor Korda there in that 1966 Ford Mustang Fastback. 66 to 67, I think, is still my favorite era of the Mustang, especially in the fastback. And then Rick Ortman, who won a championship with us last night, his Group 12 championship in that 1992 Chevrolet Corvette. But one time I was editing a video in the hotel lobby at Coda, and he and his wife were staying there, and it showed some historic Trans Am footage, and we were able to find him and his friend in the pit paddock. He raced in the Trans Am series back in the early 70s, I believe.
Wow.
And now back here with us in a Group 12 car. How cool is that?
Yep. My co-commentator in Superbike, Steve Martin, bought a 1967 Ford Mustang Fastback and rebuilt it. Bought it in the States, then had it sent over to Melbourne, Australia, and he rebuilt it at home. And so he's roaring around Melbourne right now in one of those.
That is awesome.
Doesn't race it, but he does enjoy it.
Yeah, Rick Ortman there in the back in that Corvette. But yeah, this basically looks like Trans Am here back when they started in 1966.
Yeah, no kidding.
Back when they did the FIA standing starts in Trans Am.
That's right.
Could you imagine if we did that these days?
I think it'd be fun.
It would be fun.
Might be a bit of a struggle, but
it'd be fun once.
Once. Yeah,
like we found out in IndyCar in the first Grand Prix at Indy, at the road course at Indy. Then this Cobra. We were showing that Cobra today at the grid because that is Stephen Shoddy or Shody. Stephen, I'm sorry, I don't know the proper pronunciation of your last name, but that's a Group 6 AP 1965. Beautiful. But it's that basically brushed aluminum.
Yeah.
If he polished the aluminum, it'd be a competitive advantage because it would blind the other drivers.
Completely. And he'd be able to do his head.
And then Lewis there in that Group 6 B production, 1968 Chevrolet Corvette with Edward Savagian and the Concierge Motorsports folks helping him out. Absolutely vintage racing Corvette experts.
Yeah, I was about to say, the Savagians are the doyens, if you like, in the Dallas, certainly in the Texas, for the Corvette, right?
Yeah, and they're with they're in Dallas. They'll be with us here in a few weeks at Eagles Canyon with Concierge Motorsports. So look for Lewis to really move up as he progresses through this. But I love the headlights on these cars, that 68, 69
very
body.
Distinctive, isn't it?
It looks like he's wheeling pretty well, and we have the classic Cobra versus Corvette battle happening right here.
Nice work, yeah. So Lasco, that is, Phil Lasco has increased that lead now to, 6.5 seconds over Gary Moore in the Mustang. So it's Mustang versus Shelby at the front. Again, is still going strong in the Devlin in third position. And then Voigt in fourth. Strauss to Sillerberg. Ziza's dropped down to 8th. Steel and Glass rounding out the top 10. Yeah, this is a nice little battle here.
Ooh, we've got Eric Cartman joining us again. Eric, we missed you last season. We didn't see you very much, but he says, will you guys be at Laguna Seca May 3rd through the 5th? Yes, the Mission Foods Laguna Seca SpeedTour. Notice that it's through May 3rd through the 5th, which means we're going to be celebrating Cinco de Mayo out there at the Mission Foods Laguna Seca WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca SpeedTour. So expect some special festivities happening out there. Love going to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Always some great competition, especially in the historic Trans Am and B sedan classes in SVRA. The B sedan class has just blown up with Troy Ormish and the Toyo Tires 2.5 Challenge.
Well, that Corvette is trying desperately to get past the number 5, but can't do it. And this has been a nice little battle as they dive into Mission Foods Sunset. Time running out, just a few more laps to go, and he's got him now side by side.
Come on, Lewis.
He's taking He's taking the inside route now, the outside route, but it's going to be a drag race. Here we go. He's covering him off.
Yeah, that is a bigger engine in that Cobra because that's an 8 production. But then the handling and the weight should come to that Corvette. So this should end up to be a pretty good battle there. There's our leader, Phil Lasco.
And there's Gary Moore just behind him, but you can see the gap, some 6 seconds, but the straight makes it look as though they're much closer together. But Lasco, Julio, and diving through, nicely done. He's had a good run.
It looked like he's maybe playing it safe now. Now, he is leading Group 12. The next car, Gary Moore, in a real Wimbledon white Shelby GT 350.
I think he's catching.
Is leading in Group 6. Yeah, I feel like Phil Lasco is slowing down.
Yeah, he just did his fastest lap to Gary Moore, so he's some 3 seconds quicker than Lasco at this point. So as we close this one out, there's every chance of him catching him.
Now, some vintage drivers are like, no, I'm winning my class, I'm fine. Not Gary Moore.
No.
If there is a car in front of him, he's going to try to overtake.
And then Gainer just trying through there. He'll come in the next race. He's going to be taking his time, I think, in 3rd place. Still a long 1-hour race coming up.
Peter Tremulous says, awesome cars and coverage. Thank you, Peter. Thanks for joining us. And then Downforce is saying Dyson was the best. Well, Dyson is the best. But yep. Rob Dyson, we see him a lot in the paddock, the father of Chris Dyson, and now the new purveyor of the Indianapolis Motor Museum there. And Chris Dyson, 3-time championship, trying to start his 4-time-in-a-row run here today at Sebring.
Yeah, that's right. And, of course, he's up against the only other 4-time consecutive Trans Am champion. That, of course, Ernie Francis Jr., who is on the pole today.
But, man, there's something about this Blue Boss 302 I just absolutely love. Kurt Vogt drove it for years with us. Then John Cloud kind of adopted it. Now it's made its way back into Kurt Vogt's hands because John Cloud is busy being the crew chief for Wally Dallenbach Jr. and Adam Andretti.
Yeah, it's great.
And then there's John Strauss there. Really nice, friendly guy. He had to get pushed off of the grid yesterday as a push start. And he was the guy, I remember last year, that lent his car to another competitor so that other competitor could go out and qualify. We just heard some big tire squealing there. Not sure where that was.
Maybe another turn 8 squeal, I wonder. Missed the breaking point, but not to worry. Here come your leaders again. Now, let's check out how close Gary Moore has got to him. He's definitely closer than he was a lap before. And I've got roughly, let's have a look. I'm just looking out the corner of the commentary booth to see if the white flag's coming out. I've got officially some 5 minutes to go. He's got time. Yeah, so we do get the white flag here, but let's take a look at the lap times here because he's caught right up with him. And there's every chance that we could get a humdinger here on the final lap. And
we actually had a question from Jerry Robinson, of course, always the competitor. What is the leader's best lap time? Best lap time is 2:18.755.
Yeah. But that could be ellipsed by Gary Moore, who keeps dropping it time and time again. Last time out, Lasco did a 2:21, so he's knocked it off some 3 seconds. And that's why, as you can see, Gary Moore catching. But from above the drone, you see the gap between the leaders, and it's fairly safe.
I think maybe what happened is he looked in his mirror coming down Sunset and saw Gary Moore way back, and then it looked like he kind of woed up going through 17, and then saw that Gary was coming again, and now he's maybe turned it back on, or maybe he had some electrical problems, not sure. There's back to John DeGainer in that beautiful Devon that actually has the frame from an MGA, basically from the driver back. It was based on an MGA frame.
Good idea. Devon, one of those specialists making specials.
We had 3 Devons here this weekend. David Zavetsky in his maroon one, and then we had a Porsche Devon, factory Porsche Devon, that was racing, and it had a Porsche 356 air-cooled engine in a beautiful car, but unfortunately he had some mechanicals and went back home. But here comes Phil to take the last few turns.
Yep, as you can see from above, there's the gap. It's not going to be changed, I don't think, and he's going to have the grunt down the main, back Ullman straight anyway, as they approach the finish. And Lasco leading by 2 seconds in the end. He had it up to 5 at one point, but Moore reeled him in bit by bit, and Tegana's going to take the third, I think. Here he comes, down the Ullman straight for the last time. Beautiful day here. I'm glad the wind's gone. Boy, that was a factor yesterday.
I love these long shots like that. So now a Cobra and a Shelby GT350 are going to go side by side into 17, but here comes our leader.
Nice and smooth, bounces over the bumps at Sunset, and there sees the second run at Group 6 and 12A. And you can see Gary Moore there in the blue and white classic colours for the GT350, or are we calling it a GT 500? We're not sure yet, but even so, across the line comes the 111 of John Tegana in the Devon Evolution to take third.
But first in his class, first in 6 GT.
Yep.
But you know, for me personally, when the whole family's here, you know, we want to see our drivers finish the race, pull it in under their own power. So Jonathan's going to be able to go into the TA race in his Ron Fellows Trans Am car, running his first pro race ever today with some confidence. You know,
yes,
he's feeling pretty good.
And he better get back quick, because that's coming up. We're going to take a short break here, but coming up is that feature TA race. And before we head out, we'll just celebrate with the man who won this race, Phil Lasco, and take a look at some of the highlights from what was a cracking 6 and 12 group race. So we got underway, everybody diving into turn 1, including the number 80 of Seth Bergen in the Shelby. Line astern at first, and here was the first major overtake for the lead, and it was the 14 of Phil Lasco. And how about this? Too wide there, somebody had to give, and thankfully it was the number 11 of James Glass thinking of it in the Roadster. Some good close, tight racing, and those classic Trans Am cars also going about their paces. And we've got some nice shots of the beautiful number 5, Steve Shoddy Silver Cobra. But at the end, it was Lasco from Moore and Tegana. We'll take a short break. We'll be back and start getting ready for our big feature race for Trans Am here at Sebring, the home of Trans Am.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sebring SpeedTour. Welcome to our MAV TV viewers. So excited to be starting the 2024 season where it all began for the Trans Am Series here back in 1966. We always start every Trans Am season here at Sebring International Raceway. Lots of drama with that because there's lots of bumps here. But check this out. We have Paul Menard running with the Master Force Tools. Beautiful GT3, number 3, Rocket Sports, unbelievable car, this beautiful Ford. He's back with us in Ford, racing with the Paul Gentilozzi Team 3 GT. Paul Menard, you qualified second. I know you've wanted Sebring for the last 2 or 3 seasons, so you're there, right there with Ernie Francis Jr. What's your plan to start on the outside?
I've never really raced against Ernie, but he's a 7-time champion, so he knows what he's doing. I've never had a clean race at Sebring. We've always had issues, but today's the day to clean that up, get a clean start. At our Master Force Tools Ford Mustang definitely has pace in it, so we'll just be smart and race hard. The front 2 rows are tight on time, so it's going to be a hell of a race.
Master Force Tools, for those that don't know, that is the Menards brand tool brand. Is that correct?
Yeah, Menard, power tools, hand tools, it's good stuff. Go check it out.
Nice. So there's Paul Menard starting in second. Haven't yet seen Ernie Francis Jr., so there might be some drama because if he doesn't make it to grid on time, he'll be starting from the back in that ECC Motorsports Dodge. Then we come here to our 3-time champion. The drama here is that 3-time champion, he's trying to go to tie Ernie's record of 4 times consecutively, but now Ernie Francis Jr. here could play spoilers to Chris Dyson's plan of winning 4 in a row. And we can see right now Ernie Francis Jr. coming down the grid, so it's not going to happen that way right now. But we're here with Chris Dyson. His family is here. We're starting the season, and I talked to Stevie, and it seems like the Dyson team is more confident than I've ever seen them.
Well, Ben, we worked hard this winter, really tested a lot. I think we got the car in a much better operating window. I'm confident that we've got a car that's good for all conditions, and I think it's going to be a good test out there today. I'm looking forward to getting back to battle and going after our 4th.
Nice. So we're going to see you at the Jim Weeds Winter Circle?
Well, that's always the plan.
Nice. I love it. So we can see here the shout out to Greg Pickett there in the Pickett colors. Just so much history with this team, with Greg Pickett being involved. Rob Dyson as your dad. We were reading the comments earlier during the SVRA races that so many Dyson fans out there. Anything you want to say to them?
Well, it's great to be back in Sebring, and we've had a great time down here over the years. We're just hoping to add one more to the memory banks for everybody.
Nice. I love it. Well, let's try to come over here and see if we can talk to Ernie Francis Jr. Back in the series. It's so cool to see him after 2 years. I'm not sure the driver's here yet, so we're going to talk to AJ because AJ, at the banquet last year, you got up on stage and said ECC Motorsports is bringing it. We are going to kick some blank, and here you are with the only 4-time champion in TA consecutively. So it looks like you're living up to that promise.
Yeah, absolutely. Our original plan for this weekend was obviously, you guys have heard, was with Brent Cruz, but he was pretty ill, so he couldn't do the TA2 race or this race with us. He'll be making his debut with us at another event. Not sure which one yet, but couldn't have put a better guy in the seat. He won a TA2 North Championship with us in 2018 when I had hand injuries, and he filled in for me. Just a great kid. I mean, I think he's even better now than he's ever been, honestly, with everything he's been doing, with the whole SRX thing that he did. He's just unbelievable talent, and looking forward to showcasing that talent.
Now, get a little shot of him. He's got his game face on. Ernie Francis Jr. Since we last saw him in the Trans Am Series, he has been working out quite a bit. You know, I was even surprised when you were on the Dale Earnhardt Jr. show. I was like, man, he's been hitting the gym. Is it cool to be back here seeing? I mean, this is a Trans Am family. Everybody was so excited to have you, your dad, and Monica back in the paddock.
Yeah, it's always cool to be back here. Cut my teeth in this series. 7 championships, 4 in the TA class. I was sad to go when I had to go over to do the open wheel racing, but happy to be back. Ended my career here with a pole position at COTA, so to get another pole here is pretty awesome. Hopefully we can take it home and get another win.
And you had almost no experience in this car.
Yeah, about 10 laps of experience in it on our pole lap in qualifying. So, I think we're just getting faster and faster every time we go out on the track. So if that's the case, then I think we'll be pretty good out here.
Well, Ernie, the Trans Am family loves you, and we can't wait to see how your career goes. So welcome back. So let's come up here. We've got a lot of GT cars, and I'm hoping to make it to them, if we don't mind. Here's our new COO, Michael Printa, a huge Trans Am fan, from the Watkins Glen area, but now he's the COO of this whole Speed Tour brand. As I see you down here, you love these cars, don't you?
Are you kidding me? I just ready to talk to Adam, talk to Tommy, talk to Amy. This is great out here, man. These are people that have been racing that are just so good at this sport. It's hard to root for one person.
Exactly, because they're all our friends, too. Exactly. So we've got Adam Andretti here with the beautiful Burton Racing. And check out his helmet, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that, with the ultimate headers, the top liner, beautiful car. Claudio Burton, I know that you can't be here, but we love you, we miss you, and I think you've got a pretty hot shoe in the car today with Adam Andretti. Then Keith Grant with Showtime Motorsports, really doing well. Always a great driver. I've always kind of known him as an open wheel guy, and he's been having a lot of fun the last 2 or 3 seasons competing with his dad, Richard Grant, in that Chevrolet Corvette, both in the same class. Then Tommy Dreesy, still with Lucas, but this year with the Showtime Dreesy Motorsports Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro. And the great thing is we have Ken Twaits joining Jonathan in the booth, who is helping Tommy Dreesy with Showtime Motorsports with this car, but a resident expert in TA. 2-time champion right here, Amy Ruin. Always really good in that McNichols Steel Metal Service Center Chevrolet Corvette. But I got to get to Wally Dallenbach Jr., Trans Am champion, long history here in the Trans Am Series, running the ultimate headers, Riley Ave Ford Mustang with John Cloud and his team. Look for Wally Dallenbach Jr. to really go up, because I think he is doing the whole season. Then we've got Bennett Bridgehall, Danny Lowry here. He's going to be going through Bennett Bridgehall Bishop's Bend this weekend. It's kind of a mouthful. And he is the first GT car to qualify, XGT, here with us in this beautiful AMG Mercedes. You can see his whole team there. And then I got to give a shout out. First time start in Trans Am, John DeGainer in this Ron Fellows winning car. And I was talking to Wally Dallenbach. I'm like, when you look in the mirror, it's going to be like going through a time machine. But welcome to the series.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to be here. It's a great opportunity to learn from the best and race with them and see if I can get better. So it's really a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it.
You've got your SVRA red hat on, which means he's a winner in SVRA. Now we're going to see where he goes with Trans Am in this beautiful car. John, thanks for joining us. And then, Tony, I'm going to come over here. We got to talk about this. This is, watch that splitter. We've got this Viper of Lee Saunders, Richard Forsyth. We've got Chris Coffey right there. Jeff Lindstrom is making his first start. So we've got all kinds of drivers. The GT class is growing pretty quickly, so look for them to go up. Colin Cohen is here with us for the first time. Two of the 5 Maseratis like this are racing with us today. There's only 5 of these in North America, and 2 of them are on the track with us today. And Kaylee Bryson, the Okie from Muskogee, is back there in that beautiful yellow Corvette, 22 years old, doing really well. We've got a Toyota Supra out here today. It is such a cool grid. This is Jeff Lindstrom getting some prayer from Marvin Gray there before he goes out in his first professional start right here with Griffin Motorsports. So excited for Jeff. We've been good friends for about 4 years in the SVRA series. So unbelievable. So, Jonathan, we've got a great grid here. Walk us through it. Back to you.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, I'm here alongside Ken Twaits, the perfect guy, really, to have here. He's been a TA champion in his own time. Well, he's been an XGT. He's the first ever XGT champion, and has been, of late, a TA man, but has also now got effectively some skin in the game here, because you're helping Tommy Dreese, but there's a new setup for Dreese Motorsport. Why don't we start with that? How is it all working for Tommy and you?
Okay, well, Tommy purchased Showtime Motorsports, so all our assets are his now. He's the owner of the team, but I'm the team principal, team manager. He wants us to kind of help him. He's in Hollywood. That's a long ways away.
Yeah, no kidding.
And so we just help run the team for him and keep everything going real smooth.
That's, and I actually think from a driving point of view for Tommy, that's going to be really, really valuable, because you have driven these cars. You can give the input. You can give him reassurance. You can give him words over the radio. And so that's going to help Tommy immensely.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of everything. Driver coach, psychiatrist, team manager, make sure everybody's got hotel rooms, all encompassing. So.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting, because obviously Chris Dyson on a roll at the moment. You've been with him over these last few years that he's won 3 titles in a row. He's going for a 4th. It's kind of interesting that we've got almost by default we've got Ernie Francis Jr., and we should explain why Ernie's back here this weekend. He was actually here to do some of the SVRA races in Group 10, which he is doing in his old breathless number 98. But then Brent Cruz, who was going to do double duty in both TA2 and TA, got ill and unfortunately couldn't make it this weekend. And so Ernie said, well, shoot, yeah, I'll get in there. And so 4-time consecutive champion.
Yeah, right. I mean, if you look at the entry list, it's the who's who of Trans Am, right?
Really
There's
is.
several champions all lined up in a row, so it's going to be a really good race.
Okay, here's the grid then for our Trans Am Series for the first round. Ernie Francis Jr. and Paul Menard on the front row. Bags of experience between them, and Ernie Francis Jr. doing the fastest lap he's ever done around here. Dyson, our champion, Adam Andretti in a brand new top liner car. We'll talk about that. Keith Grant and Tommy Dreese. Like you say, it's a who's who. Former champion Amy Ruman and Wally Dollenbach. Likewise, another champion on row 4. Danny Lowry lines up for the Bennett Bridge Hall team. And John DeGane is stepping out of SVRA, and he is taking on Trans Am. And as we saw there, Kaylee Bryson, the youngster, just 22 years of age, and she will be taking part. She actually got a podium here last year, but she's doing 2 series this year. And great to have her on board, and she is part of our scholarship, PMH Scholarship and Diversity Program. Colin Cohen, Todd Maraparalsi, didn't see those. Richard Grant and Billy Griffin, and Joshua Carlson coming in, another youngster, alongside one of our more experienced drivers in Joey De Silva of Arve Motorsports.
Yeah, it's really cool. Billy Griffin's running TA. He's past GT champion, right?
Yeah.
So he's moving up the ranks.
GT4 champion, yeah, that's great.
So he's taken his taste of TA cars.
Well, let me ask you, what is, as an XGT champion, what's the transition like? Because these are monsters, aren't they?
Yeah, they're completely different. I came from XGT. We had paddle shifts, ABS, traction control.
That was the Audi R8, right?
Yeah, so now you got twice the horsepower, no ABS, just gobs of it's a monster.
How long before you really felt like you could rag a car in TA? Because, you did a couple of seasons and you had some great results, but, when did you really feel comfortable with it?
I felt really comfortable, about halfway through the first season. Then we went to the 18-inch wheel and tire package, and it really transformed the car.
All right, well, let's head down to Ben Sissel. We're about to get underway for our TA race.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I am here with CJ Oliveris. You were with us at COTA. Seems like you try to show up at a few of these with MAV TV, kind of a new sponsor with Trans Am, and we were trying out some things last year, having a lot of fun, growing the fan base. But really, I think you saw some things working, and it seems like you're adding more Trans Am to MAV TV.
Absolutely. We were showing highlights all last season, experimented a little bit with live, and talked to Tony and the team coming into the 2024 season, and thought, let's go live for all the racing. So we'll be live all year.
What I love about the MAV TV crew and staff is you guys are all motorsports enthusiasts, and you have the same problem that I do. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We live and breathe racing, so we got picks in every race, and we're always watching.
Nice. Well, take the mic and give us the most famous words in motorsports.
Racers, start your engines.
On board with Chris Dyson. We'll be on board with him throughout this race. Should be a very interesting one, defending his title. And interestingly enough, Chris Dyson didn't get off to the start he wanted last year. He got into his stride later in the season, but that just kind of brought things to a little bit more interesting. We had Justin Marks, who came and did as many races as he could. In fact, was leading the championship. But how about this? The Burton prepared car, Burton Racing, and this brand new Burton chassis that Adam Andretti in. And this is probably the most modern car for Trans Am that Adam's been in.
Yeah.
And he is loving every minute.
Oh, Claudio Burton's really built a masterpiece there. That thing is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Very well designed. Got some interesting features of it.
What interests you about it? Because for the outside eye, it's not that different, but when you get up close, there's a lot of little nuances.
If you look at the steel's from Germany, and it's very bendable. It's not brittle at all. So it's a very safe car, very strong car. The suspension design is really cool. Same bodywork that we run, but he's done some little tweaks here and there that you notice, and they're really smart guys over there. So I'm not surprised that Adam has got it in the 158s around here.
Yeah, Keith Grant always looking for a result. And then Tommy Dreesy, we just spoke about him. Tommy needs, I feel, and you talked about sort of helping him as much as you can, but Tommy's the kind of guy that if he gets a good result today, he could just, spark that. I mean, he's a former champion. He's never been slow. He's never slow. He's always competitive. He's had a few gremlins when it comes to mechanicals. But Tommy on his day is as fast as anybody, and he just needs a good result, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is a war, and this is the first battle of that war, and he keeps that in perspective. The purpose here is to have a good result, bag as many points as possible. If a podium's there, let's go get it.
Amy Ruman, of course, another former champion, two-time champion, in fact, and she looking for another good result in that McNichols number 23. Sticks with the brand that is Corvette, but she looked very competitive yesterday, and let's see what she can pull off. The family here, again, this is a family affair, as is so much of Trans Am.
Yeah, Amy's crew and dad especially have really got her back up on form. They've made some mods to the bodywork and air intake and that type of thing. The Corvette body is the slickest body out there.
Yeah.
So it's really fast down the straightaway. So it's really cool. She's back in the hunt, man, and so look out.
Yeah, definitely. And she's never lost any motivation. She's had a few fallow years, but she's always been there or thereabouts. And her and Dreesy have definitely had some great competition in the past. Here's our previous winners. Matt Brabham, I saw him here this weekend. He was last year's winner. Chris Dyson, of course, has got a fantastic record here, as has Ernie Francis Jr. But Ernie, of course, has been out of Trans Am. 7-time champion of Trans Am, one of the youngest ever. But won this race in TA in 2020. And, of course, has been racing in single-seaters. He got a diversity scholarship to go and race at Indy Next. And we may see him back in Indy Next at some point. But right now, he is sort of doing some more sports car racing. Super Trofeo is what I believe he's going to be doing mainly this year, but he's come back this weekend. Of course, he's a local from Florida, came back to do some SVRA races, and then found himself on the grid of TA simply by the fact that Cruz was not going to
I mean,
take
Ernie,
part.
it's like Ernie never left, right? He's sitting on pole up here. He's super quick. He's been running single-seaters.
Yeah, just to hold you there, while we get a chance to take a look at it, we'll talk some more about that. But let's take a look at the circuit guide for the Trans Am race here at Sebring.
Hi, everybody. This is Ken Twaits commenting on the 2023 race last year at Sebring. You can see everybody funneling into turn 1 here. This is a big passing zone, and they gained some places at the start of the race. You head down to turn 2, 3, 4, and then the back straight. Into turn 7, another key passing place. It's a first gear hairpin corner. This is a place to make your move. Then you exit turn 7 to turn 10 and then into the tower turn, which is very important because it leads on to a very fast part of the circuit. You accelerate out of turn 13 all the way to turn 16 and onto the back straight into turn 17, which is another critical passing zone. And you can see Tommy Dreese trying to make a move on me last year, but I hold him off at bay and headed towards start finish. That is a lap around Sebring. Let's hope 2024 is as fast as well.
And now you know we have the right guy sat next to us here in the commentary booth. Tommy Dreese, we'll be on board with him. Always exciting. And I don't know if you've got the swear box connected or for his car, but we need it because he gets excited, does Tom?
Yeah, I don't know if we can hear him talk too much on the radio. There'll be a lot of bleeps in there.
I had a lovely moment where he conked out at Road Atlanta and his whole thing. And I love this from Danny Larry. He's got the old Hawaiian thing, and he knows where his braking point is. It's a great way of actually judging the G-force. When she turns to the left, that's the G-force. So you'll see that from time to time. Yeah, she needs seatbelts, but she's playing that ukulele, and he and his teammate have had this for the last couple of years. It's a nice touch. But yeah, I got some great onboard from Tommy when his engine blew out at Road Atlanta a couple of years ago. He goes, "I'm on fire! I'm on fire!" It's like, it was straight out of Days of Thunder. It's really good stuff. And there is Danny Larry in that beautiful Mercedes. I know you've driven Audis. I don't know if you've had a chance behind the wheel of one of those, but they are gorgeous.
Yeah, those are great cars. We need more XGT cars in here.
Great to have Paul Menard here. As Paul Menard, of course, here. A huge history in Xfinity Cup car racing for many, many years. And, of course, the Menard's name in NASCAR is synonymous and still is.
Paul's a really good friend of mine. He actually drove for us 2 years ago at Charlotte, won the TA race there. Really great guy, really great driver. It's just he's going to run the whole season with Paul Gentilozzi, and they've really got a formidable package. They build their own engines, and so look for him to be really strong. He's a winner.
Yeah, and you know, like you said, 2011 Brickyard 400 winner, 471 races over 16 years in NASCAR, the top echelon, and he's said to me just a moment ago that he's trying to do the whole season this year. So Dyson's not going to have one-way traffic this year for sure, with Dreese, Menard, and several others all biting at his heels. And so it's going to be an interesting season as we go back on board with Tommy Dreese before the start. The Ginetta that leads the pack has got the lights gone off, which means we are going racing for round one of the 2024 season. Live here on MAV TV. Ken Twaits and Jonathan Green bringing the action as they come out of the Mission Foods final turn, which is sunset here at Sebring. And then they should look for the green flag, which waves, and away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. And Paul Menard in the all-green Mustang on the outside at this point, but it's going to be Ernie Francis Jr. slotting into third, the 16 Jim Weed car. And we're on board with, no! The worst possible position for Dyson, and I'm not quite sure who caused that. Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger.
Oh, it looked like he was sliding up the inside there. Ernie saw him and went to block, but there wasn't any room. They touched, and the rest is history. Oh, boy.
I don't want to apportion blame at this time. We'll take a look at some replays, and I'll sort of let you kind of adjudicate as a driver. Dreese is still going strong as they dive into the Q3, turn 7 hairpin for the first time. He's behind Keith Grant. Andretti's got away well. That's going to help his cause. He's now in second place. And what a drama indeed as we go back on board with Tommy Dreese.
Yeah,
and we're under caution.
Yep, they're going to have to clean up that mess and line it back up. Wow.
Now, we're going to get a replay here, Ken, and I just want you to sort of see what you see.
Yeah, it looks pretty smooth here. Paul takes the outside, which is norm. The thing is, you want to slide in and block that inside. Dyson is plugged in. Oh, he got loose.
He hit a bump, didn't he?
He got loose.
He got loose and hit a bump, and that was, I hate to say it, but that was Dyson's fault because he got a good turn, and he got alongside. We'll see it here. Look, he goes to the inside and he just
spun it right into him.
That's it. Could do nothing about it. He was basically out of control.
Yep.
Oh, what a shame. Well, for all those chasing Chris Dyson and looking for a chink in the armor, they got one. He didn't have the best of starts, and we'll see it here from Chris Dyson. Ken?
Yeah, Paul takes the normal outside. You know, it's a little sketchy
wrong with
there,
that.
but
he gets along Menard, and then it gets loose, and really just,
the rear end pitched left,
Yep.
sent him into Ernie. The rest is history.
Yeah, what a shame. And Chris will be kicking himself, really. And obviously not a line you usually take through turn one, a little bit more on the inside, and he may have just been surprised, perhaps, by the way the car moved underneath him.
I mean, he had a really good run coming up to the inside going into 2, and that's where you want to be, because then you take away the corner from Ernie, right? But unfortunately, the rear end didn't stay underneath him, and pitched him right into Ernie, took them both out. What a shame.
Well, we're going to be seeing lots of great onboard shots of the Franklin Road MAV TV Dreesy Lucas number 8.
There's Tommy, and there is Amy.
Yeah, Amy's got a better start, and she's ahead of him. So they've had some history fighting each other through the years. And
yes, they have.
They enjoy it, but he goes, she said to me one year, what is it about red cars he doesn't like?
You know, thing about Amy, she is a heck of a driver.
Yeah.
She drives the widest car in the TA series, so she's really tough to get by. But she drives very fair, and she's very quick.
So then, we are under caution here, and Amy looking for a good result from this, as we all are. Tommy Dreesy, though, looking really impressive. So, as you can see, they are clearing up the mess that was caused effectively by Chris Dyson and Ernie Francis Jr. I feel for Ernie because he's come in at last minute and he was really enjoying. He got his fastest ever lap round Sebring in a 1:58.4, and that was really pretty darn impressive.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever been as quick as that. I was looking at the times, actually. Paul Menard, second on the grid here last year, did a 1:59.097, and this year did a 1:58.4. So just shows you how much quicker the Paul Menard, who is leading this race now, is one from year to year. Justin Marks was pole here with a 1:58.9 last year, and this year's pole, Ernie Francis, a 1:58.2.
Yeah.
So 7/10 quicker.
It's really quick.
Very quick.
You know, that Dodge-powered machine, you know, it's a Weaver chassis fielded by ECC, and those guys have a lot of fast parts on that car. Big brakes all the way around. It's just a shame because Ernie did nothing wrong. He was just in position, leading the race for about, 5 seconds.
So we're under caution, and we're expecting to get going again. We'll keep an eye on the Ginetta, but it's going to be a really interesting restart to this one. A chance for Andretti to get a win, a chance for Keith Grant to get on the board, and a chance for Paul Menard to open up his campaign. Tommy Dreesy will be looking to get podium, and now with Dyson out, they're all going to be thinking of the numbers, really, and taking advantage of Chris Dyson, because there's one thing you can guarantee over a TA season, and the man next to me, I'm sure, will agree, is that if you give Chris Dyson a chance to get back behind the wheel, he's going to score points if nothing goes wrong. Unfortunately, today, it has gone wrong, but we are about to get underway. Well, we welcome back our viewers on MAV TV as well as we join the SpeedTour live across the world. Wherever you're tuning in from, we welcome you, but especially here in the United States on MAV TV. You had a show on MAV last year, and I mean, you know, there's no question that they've really voted with their feet at MAV TV, you know, with the highlights, with a special documentary series. It really does give an insight into what this sport is all about.
Yeah, we did Road to Glory last year. We're going to do a second season this year with MAV TV. It kind of gives you a behind-the-curtain feel of what goes on in a real race team. You know, it's the warts and everything. You see the goods and the bad, so...
And then also it's on that sort of what I call Trans Am Thursday, right? So you've got the double header of the two highlights at 8 p.m., and then you've got your show, and this is the Chris Dyson on board, obviously, sat there waiting.
Well, there's the hook.
Yeah.
That's not the thing you want to see at the beginning of a race.
No, it's not at all. Well, let's take another look at what happened, because we're under caution because of this incident at Turn 1 on the first lap. Here we go. So Ernie Francis dives in the all-silver 79, Menard on the outside on his line, but then a very tight line from Dyson, and you see the back end just gets loose, and he had nowhere to go, and he couldn't really react in time and turn the wheel in time before the front end just tapped the back of Ernie and sent him shuttling off.
Yeah, that bump on the inside of one there is really harsh, and it got him, and, you know, the rest is history.
Yeah.
You know who's licking their chops right now is Paul Menard.
Oh, yeah.
You know, those three cars were all within, you know, tenths of each other. Now they're gone, and he's sitting out front, so.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, had he got out of 3, you'd have pretty much put a bet on Ernie taking this race by storm. Really enjoying his time in the car and also being back in Trans Am after 2 years away. And he hasn't had a lot of glory in Indy Next. He's had some good results, but he much prefers to be at the front end. What a shame.
Oh, boy. Hate to see that.
Yeah.
Boy, Adam just squeezed through there.
I got to say, I'm just noticing that myself. That was a lucky moment for Adam Andretti. He got unlucky yesterday in the TA2 race.
Yes.
Him and Annunziata came together on the exit of the hairpin. So a bit of bad luck today, maybe a bit of good luck today for the Burton prepared top lineup.
It looked like Chris might be starting his car and driving it off. I don't know. The hook didn't hook it up, so I don't know what's.
I mean, I don't think he got too much damage because he carried on.
I think that front fender's rubbing, but you know, front end damage, but might be drivable back to the pits. Who knows? We might see him back in the race, maybe.
And also,
There's
watch
Wally
Dollenbach.
Dollenbach.
Don't count him out ever.
Yeah. Well, they have a new Meissen chassis,
Yep.
brand new car, so they're building up the speed in that car. And, you know, Wally, he kind of takes his time in practice, but during the race, he's an animal, so be watching for him.
Me and Ben had a quick chat with Wally on the pre-grid, and we were asking about how the car was, and they were struggling with setup, and they really haven't found a real solution. So he feels like this is going to be not a test session, that's unfair, but he's not dialed in as much as he'd like. And of course, with his history of championships underneath him and his huge history of racing,
he's great.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that will drive over those problems or drive around those problems. But if the car's not set up, it's really hard to do anything special, is it?
Wally and I had a great race here last year. We were nose to tail for 50 miles and traded places back and forth. He's a very fair driver. Of course, he's a great driver, great history. I'm glad he's in the field.
Another man we're looking for, Lee Saunders. Probably the best record ever than anybody here in Trans Am. He's won 6 times here in SGT, and he is our current SGT champion. But of course, he's been doing a little bit of TA too, so he's stepping up.
Yeah, I race with Lee quite a bit. He's a great driver, very fair driver. If the wind's there, he gets it. Yeah, he's awesome, man. That Viper's very, very quick.
Yeah, he's a big Dodge Viper man. Loves the big horsepower of that Dodge Viper. So I think once we get out of the Ullman straight here, and you see it now from this camera angle, yeah, the Ginettas lights are off, and that means we are going racing. So this is the key, and you've done this a bunch of times. What's the key to a restart for Paul Menard here from the front?
Well, he controls the start, so the pace car will pull off, and there's a start box back here that's marked with some tape, and once he gets inside that box, he can go anytime he wants. So the leader has the advantage.
Now let's see what Tommy Dreese can do. He's a good restart of the Ginetta. Pulls to the right, and it's sunset, and Menard just jinked there for a minute. We thought he was going to go, but no, he's holding on for a second. The number 3, bags of experience from both NASCAR Cup racing and of course Xfinity.
Andretti's out.
Oh no! And there I am predicting that this was going to be a huge race for Andretti because he had bad luck yesterday, and he's out, pushing Keith Grant up to 2nd place, and 3rd place now with Amy Ruman. And look at on the inside, the number 8, here comes Tommy Dreese, and he's already passed Amy Ruman. Wally Dollenbach is also past Amy Ruman, and Dreese goes up to 3rd behind Grant, and Menard starting to head off into the distance early on after this big caution has now been cleared up, and we are 4 laps into this 27. But away goes Menard.
Oh man, these tires are cold. They got to get some heat in them before they can really press on here.
Yeah, this is a lap you've got to be careful. You want to push on, but you've got to be careful. And she's playing hard on that ukulele. Danny Lowry, oh, she's getting frustrated, I think. You'll see just how much G-force there is under braking, though.
There's Wally and Amy, and Wally got by Amy.
Yeah, Wally did a good job on that restart.
See what I mean? He's an animal in these races.
Oh, yeah.
Right on Tommy.
Wally Dollenbach. Wally Dollenbach, Judy Mike, works here as well. And it's a synonymous name of Trans Am Racing.
You got to remember, these cars are full of fuel, so they tend to push, to have understeer until that fuel burns off. So it's a little touchy to drive in the beginning.
How many laps does that take?
It takes about 8 laps for it to start coming to you. So you got to kind of hang in there, let the car burn it off.
Oh, this is fun.
Oh, look at
Two of the greats. Wally's having a go at Tommy Dreesen, and he's going left, he's going right. He's trying to put huge pressure on Tommy Dreesen, and Dreesen right now not giving an inch. It's good stuff. Now down the back straight. Wally takes a nice tight line on Dreesen.
Oh, he took the shortcut.
Oh,
so did Amy.
Wide line. Yeah. And now getting good drive down the back straight. And you see it from the drone. You see Dollenbach getting ever closer to Dreesen. We're looking out front of Dreesen's car, but on the inside, will we see?
It's that ECR Chevy power versus Ford Mustang power.
Yeah, this is good stuff. There's Lee Saunders in 9th position. He's got a little bit of air. Very wide by Dollenbach, using all the road and more as they cross the line. 5 laps gone.
He's trying to get a toe off Tommy, going into 1.
Amy waiting to pick up the pieces if these two get it wrong. We've already lost Chris Dyson, the big story of the day. And Ernie Francis Jr., more importantly, taken out. De Gainer in his first ever TA race in 6th place, ahead of Saunders.
Good for him.
Yeah, no, good for him. Got bags of experience, but he's just been... what a juxtaposition. He was in a Devon half an hour ago. He's on the podium in a Devon.
Tommy's got his mirrors full of Dollenbach.
Yeah, no kidding. Down to the Q3 turn 7. This is a good overtaking place. Amy staying with these two.
Yeah. She's just waiting for a mistake. Yeah. One little mistake, and I'll guarantee you she'll plug that hole and be gone.
Top end power of the Corvette. Has she got sort of parity with those other two cars?
Yeah, she's running ECR as well, same engine as the Chevrolet Camaros, and but she's a little slicker body, so seeing about 177 miles an hour at the end of the back straight.
Okay, a little bit more nimble as well, yeah. So we should say some great action between these three. 4th, 5th, 3rd place, battling it out at the moment. Menard increasing his lead. He's got to 2 seconds over Keith Grant. Keith Grant, no fool either. And of course, the Grant dynasty of drivers, the whole family have been involved in different forms of American motorsport, but mainly Trans Am.
Yeah, his father's Richard's in this race.
Yeah, exactly.
He's back there somewhere.
Yep, absolutely. And then we get the other Grants occasionally. Milton, of course.
Yep. Cary
Grant, of course. Keith, David, they all race.
Oh, yeah. Either in a Porsche, a Trans Am car.
Out of the Mission Foods Sunset Corner for another lap. Dreesen holding on here against Dollenbach. This is the battle for 3rd place. Yeah. Amy Ruman just behind. Menard has increased that lead now to 3 seconds. So Menard putting in some excellent laps. He lasted a 2:01. That was his fastest lap. Everybody now on their fastest lap. And I think now tyres up to temperature, we're starting to see just what they can do.
Yep, brakes are hot, tires are hot, the cars are starting to work well again. You know, we just got to burn a little gas off. And then
what do you think they're doing here to the Burton?
Looks like an electrical problem of some sort. It just quit.
Well, it's nice to be taking a close look at this brand new car.
Yeah. It's new car gremlins. They'll work through it.
So out of the Q3 turn 7 they go. Sadly, Andretti in the pits. Sadly, we've lost Dyson and Ernie Francis Jr. So 3 men who are all capable of winning this race has opened this up at the first round of Trans Am presented by Pirelli, round 1 at Sebring. And it's Paul Menard leading the way at the moment. We've got an almighty battle going on here as Wally Dollenbach is all over the back of the Hollywood, Mr. Hollywood as I call him, Tommy Dreesen.
Yeah, you know, Wally, he's He's like a pit bull. He's not going to let go of that until, unless Tommy can gap him here.
And this is the back of the circuit here before 16, just before going through 15A. And then that drive off 16 down that Ullman straight, all important to get that drive and easily be caught on the inside, and you've got to kind of block that. But then that puts you offline a little bit. I'd only just noticed that blue dot. Ben was telling me about it on the top of the bridge there. And that's what you kind of head for, isn't it, right?
Yep, he's taking a look at Wally, how close he is. I think we have a little advantage here in turn 17. Dreesy does. And so he gets a good run off 17 going to 1.
Yeah.
So Wally catches him back up in the back section of the track.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? So let's take a look at the lap times between these two. Last time out, a 2:02.2 by Wally Dollenbach and a 2:03.5 from Amy Ruman. So she's dropping off, but a 2:02.1. So Dreesy just slightly quicker than Wally Dollenbach, but as you point out, I think it is in the midfield part of the circuit where Wally has that advantage, especially coming into the hairpin.
Seem to be handling a little bit better in the twisty stuff.
Yep.
That's pretty good for a brand new race car.
Yeah,
Wally's
no kidding.
doing a good job.
Now, let's see how close he gets here. Under braking, very close indeed. Won't make the move this time, though. And this is an almighty battle for third place between Dreesy and Dollenbach.
Two past
of the
champions.
greats. Yeah, two past champions, exactly.
Chevy
Of
Camaro
Trans Am.
versus Ford Mustang.
As it
Classic.
should be and always will be, we hope. Sadly, we've lost the Dodge Challenger. We had a 1, 2, 3 of Mustang, Challenger, and Camaro for the start of the race, but sadly, that dissipated quickly. If you've just joined us, we've lost Chris Dyson, our champion, in an incident with Ernie Francis Jr., who was leading the race at the time, going into turn 1. Now Dollenbach, though, looking every which way. Where would you make your move?
Well, he's got to pass him where he's strong, and unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of areas. Maybe turn 10, maybe turn 7.
He looks so close here. This is as close as he's been.
We'll see if he can draft him down the back straight.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the move.
Yep, and look how he's going through
See,
16
get a
here, and he's
better
right
run
there. Yeah, he's got about a car and a half length, and let's see overall top speed. Does he get the draft? You see it nicely from the drone, and looking above, you can see how quickly both cars are moving. A little bit of defensive driving from Tommy. That's nice work from Tommy Dreesy in the Lucas number 8. The Dreesy Motorsport Lucas number 8.
Yep. Wally looks a little closer than he has been in the past, so some fireworks could happen here pretty quick.
Yeah, and again, looking at the times, that was a better lap this time from Wally Dollenbach. He goes to the 2:02.0s. In fact, Tommy doing a 2:02.4. So that's why that gap has come right down. It was a much better lap by Wally Dollenbach, especially in the last part of the circuit. And now he's literally driving in the mirrors as Tommy. This is big pressure driving.
Through this tight section, Wally's a little bit better, so he could be making a move going into turn 7 here.
Yeah.
Cube 3, turn 7.
And that's the cleanest place, right? I mean, that's where
this is
A, somebody knows you're coming,
Yep.
and B, there's room if the guy
He's
gives
looking.
you it. Yeah, he's not close enough, I don't think.
Not quite close enough. Getting a good drive off the corners.
So out of the Cube 3, turn 7 they come. Down the Fangio straight, up towards Collier. Turn 10 and 11, Tower. Famous names, famous corners. Mainly because of that 12 hours at Sebring. But of course, Trans Am got its start here. Jochen Rindt winning the first ever race back in 1966.
Wow.
Amazing.
Past Formula 1 champion.
Yep.
Yeah, they're having a good battle.
And it looks as though car number 39, that's Todd Naparowski, has also retired. That's one of our GT entries. So we've got the other classes, and that is true to the 1966 version. Remember, Trans Am, a sedan series at heart at the start. Now a tube frame and very, sort of prototype type of cars. But back in the day, and therefore we've kept that tradition going. We have the TA class, which is unlimited trestle frame cars, but then we also have the production class. And I've got a former champion from XGT alongside me. We've got SGT, Super GT, as it were, and then GT. And Todd Naparowski was in the GT Championship, but he looks as though he's pulled out with an electrical problem.
Yeah. Yeah, the TA car of today is the fastest sedan in the world.
Yeah.
That's
a good way of looking at
and that
it,
was
yeah.
the goal of Trans Am. Plenty of power, aerodynamic, downforce, but no Band-Aids.
And I like the sort of cross-section of who it attracts to, from the youngsters who are learning their trade to the guys that have seen it all before and maybe coming back to it. You took 10 years out of racing before you came back to Trans Am.
Yeah, right. I always wanted to end up in a Trans Am car, and I got what I wished for.
There you go. Danny Lowry in the XGT leading the way here, and he's getting that poor old girl dizzy at the moment. She is absolutely going from side to side. Those knees are going to hurt by the end of this. Hope she's got some stuff to put on those, some Voltaren or something.
He's just running his race. That's a great car, great XGT car, past champion car.
Yeah, Danny has just gone from strength to strength. He's been running this car now for the last couple of years. And like you say, current champion of this particular category, which you are a former champion of. You did it in the Audi R8.
Yeah. The XGT really was built for older GT3 cars. So R8s, Super Trofeos, these AMG, Mercedes, those type of cars. So they need to come here and race this series.
Yeah. And then we go back to the GTs, and of course we're looking closely at Kaylee Bryson, one of our scholarship drivers, just 22 years of age.
Yeah, she's getting a lot of good seat time in that Corvette. Aaron Pierce runs that team, and we know Aaron from SGT in the past. I ran against him when I was in SGT. And she, I think she finished inside the top 10 at the Chili Bowl this year in midgets.
There you go. So she's got some experience.
She
actually
drive.
got to the podium here last year in this particular car, so or at least in this particular category. And then she went off and did some more different racing. And as you say, she's good on the dirt too. But I think this is a great environment for a youngster, especially the diversity groups that are coming in here that don't perhaps, relate to motor racing, perhaps as closely as some of those that have been around it for long. This is a great environment to learn. The older folk will give the information. The guys who've been around in engineering cars for many years. It's just a good environment to learn, and a safe environment.
Yeah. I took the path of SVRA racing, coming up through that, and then getting into Trans Am and SGT, then XGT.
Yeah, to be honest, you're our poster boy.
Yeah,
in
then
terms of
made the final
through,
move to
exactly,
TA. So.
Yeah. But you never felt under pressure to overperform, right?
No.
Or risk things that you weren't capable of doing at the time. I remember talking to you.
Yeah. No, you just do what the car can do.
Here's your SGT leader, and of course that is Lee Saunders looking for his 7th win here at Sebring. What a record that is. And I haven't seen Ethan Barker yet, but we'll keep an eye out for him. He was in TA2 yesterday. Paul Menard doing a great job so far. And extending that lead, the gap at the moment, 5 seconds to Keith Grant in 2nd place. And they're starting to get into traffic as well.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
BMW. Yeah, it will.
He's got a 5-second lead, and we'll see if it shrinks or gaps as these guys weave their way through traffic.
And we just got a chance to see the number 97, that of Chris Coffey in the GTs, the man from Texas in the Norwood Auto Italia traffic graphics car. And yeah, those graphics ping. So Saunders overall in 7th place, but leading SGT at the moment. Danny Lowry just ahead in that Mercedes, leading XGT. Amy Ruhrman, the last now, just 5 of the TA runners at large, as it were, on track after that incident earlier, right at the start of this one.
Yeah, it looks like Tommy's got just about a half a second lead on Wally. So Wally's kind of laying back a little bit, saving his stuff.
How do the tyres, you were talking about the fuel going down, how do the tyres last under a TA? You've got so much power, more power perhaps than sometimes the tyres really want, but how long do they last, and how do you manage them?
Well, it's pretty warm out today, so, the last 10 laps can be a challenge, maybe even the last 5 laps. You should be out of everything, out of brakes, out of tires, everything, if you plan it right.
Out of breath probably as well.
Yeah, that too. Out of drink bottle.
Yeah. Well, high above, out through Bennett's Bridge Hall, Bishop's Bend, and into 15 and 15A, then down to 16. It's a little complex, and talking to Evan Slater, he said that's his favourite part of the track here. And here we go with Lee Saunders again, down the Almond Straight and down towards the Mission Foods. Turn 17
Yeah, you're not catching that Viper down straight away.
No way. Great character, Lee Saunders. Richard Forsyth behind him in that all-green G-Speed Chevrolet.
Yeah, Richard and I raced together in Ultimate Streetcar.
And there's your GT leader, Chris Coffey, in the traffic graphics. Got to get it right. And we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV. This BMW has been trying every which way to get past. And can he get him? This is Joey De Silva on Chris Coffey. De Silva battling with Coffey for GT Honours, so this is a real battle for position. Not giving an inch though at the moment. Out of 3 they coming under the bridge. As we've said before, the obvious place for an overtake is coming up at 7. But you've got to tuck yourself in close enough.
Yeah,
If you get under that mobile bridge, you've got to be closer than that, haven't you? Here we go.
Ooh,
He's thinking about it though.
Looks like he's got him.
What am I saying? It's a Supra that we're looking at,
Oh,
isn't
it's
it?
a
Yeah, of
Supra.
course it is. Yeah, I thought it was a BMW for a second, but now it's the old new Supra. I like it. So through he goes, and Joey De Silva in the Arve Motorsports Toyota Supra does take the lead in GT. My apologies for not spotting that. I'm sure our internet will light up.
Yeah,
it is
job.
a BMW, no difference. Ha ha. Yes, okay. Well, we've got some wits out there. I used to love the original Supra. That was a great car. Pretty brave bringing it out. One Maserati out there, Chris Coffey. And ever been tempted to take the Maserati out or have a Maserati go?
Sure, I'll drive anything.
You're
Come out of retirement.
Yeah,
for
why
it.
not? Kent Waits, of course, alongside me, not racing today. He's working with Dreesy Motorsport this year. Sold the show, so the Showtime team to Tommy, but didn't sell himself. He decided to help them out and work with the team. And I think it's been a big move for them as we do take a look at the Texas 97.
Yeah, it was great. You know, we were a pretty good team last year.
Yeah.
We won 4 races.
Yes,
so,
you did.
All that's been kept intact, and we kept 2 to 3 cars on the grid all year. So that was the goal. That's why I did what I did.
Really cool. And taking a bit of pressure. You were doing everything last year. I mean, boy, I don't know how you did it. Incredible. Just to remind you, Paul Menard, you're missing nothing. Leading this race at the moment in TA by 6 seconds. In XGT, Danny Lowry firing off in 6th position overall and leading in XGT. SGT led by Lee Saunders. He's in a battle with Richard Forsyth as we go back on board with Tommy Dreesy.
Tommy Dreesy's caught his teammate.
Yeah.
Where's that Richard Grant?
That's Richard Graham.
Ah. Father and son have the same paint scheme.
Yes, they do. Well, I may be wrong then. It could be. Yeah. Might not be Richard. We'll find out. I think, is it Keith or Richard? He hasn't caught Keith yet, has he?
I don't think so.
No, you know what? That is Keith in front of him. It's only half a second between them. So this is getting a bit more interesting now.
Oh, yeah.
Dollenbach still
Teammates.
4th. Amy Ruman 5th. Yes, that's right. Danny Lowry 6th. And overall, Lee Saunders leading SGT, but over 7th overall. There's the 04. That's John DeGainer, who we mentioned earlier, just coming from SVRA. And that's superly prepared. Number 04, the Speed Dreaming Racing Ford Mustang. And a shout out to Josh Carlson in the 36, another one of the Ford Mustangs in the Enceva prepared car. He's one of the youngsters, just 17 years of age. And he's what I was talking about earlier, how this sort of mix of youth and experience. Great to see.
Yeah, 17 in this series is kind of old. TA2 champions are 15.
Well, I can confirm that sadly Adam Andretti has retired with that electrical problem. Now Menard getting into traffic, and he's got to be careful here.
Oh, Dreesy's right there.
Yeah. And if he gets...
Dollenbach's right there.
Yeah, Dollenbach's still going on. Here comes the leader, and he's going through...
He's weaving
some
his
of
way
the
through
other
traffic.
Series. not as quick. And that
1,
Supra
2, 3.
is in its own battle with the car in front, the Maserati of Coffee. Maynard makes it through.
Second, third, and fourth are pretty close here.
Yeah, this is good.
And we got this traffic coming up, so who knows what can happen.
Yeah, exactly. And certainly Dreesy will be thinking about using that traffic for sure, try and get away a little bit more from Wally Dollenbach. He's got to be wily as a fox, hasn't he?
It's only lap 14. We're not even halfway yet.
I know, yeah, long way to go.
We're halfway.
Long way to go yet. And it is hot out there. You mentioned that. But this is the battle. Look at this. Second, third, and fourth place with traffic in front. Now, who's going to play this traffic as they head down the Fangio straight? What would you be thinking if you were on board with Tommy now about how you would try to dice through this and take it to your advantage?
Yeah, you got to be patient. I mean, this traffic's going to block you big time. He's got to worry about Wally, too. So, got a little room there, a little help.
Grant making good work there.
Got these other guys ahead of you and a very fast part of the circuit. And if you got to get out of the throttle.
And at this point, are you working out where you're going to meet them? In other words, okay, I can sort of see the difference in speed here. And I'm going to meet them at 16, and I got to make it work.
Yep. I mean, Bishop's is really quick, and these slower cars are really slow through here, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, ultimately you want to get through here and use the Ullman straight where everybody's in a straight
line.
Oh,
man, Keith got blocked big time there.
Big
Look out.
time. This is a chance now for Tommy. He's going to tuck himself up right behind Keith Grant here as they come onto the Ullman straight. This is what I was talking about. They can use the speed now and the power of the TA cars to absolutely blitz past the GT cars, the production cars, and that's what they're doing. But Tommy right there now, and he's got a chance at Sunset here. Coffey's now in front of him. Dollenbach still waiting.
Wow, this is great.
This is excellent. Into Mission Foods Sunset they come. Cars everywhere, all different categories. And everybody's racing for position.
Going in turn one, Tommy's making a move up the inside.
He's looking, I don't think he can quite do this. And there's another full course caution now. So the complexion of the race changes again. I'm not sure yet. Oh, look, you can
safety
see.
truck right there. Be careful.
Yeah, they've got to slow down quick. They do like to get on track quick, don't they? These guys are risk takers, these guys who manage the track here when it comes to recovery. They don't mind being on board with the rest of the racing cars. But, there's a car in the...
on the fence right
there. The fence there. On the exit of 3, I think he's probably touched the mud and dirt on the outside, maybe getting too much wheel spin. Oh, it's Danny Lowry.
No, it's Danny. Yeah, you have a tendency to dump some wheels off in the dirt, and then it hooks and sends you right on into that inside wall.
She's going to get some. She's going to get some
She's
mud
taking
in
a
that
rest
dirt
there.
strew, in that dirt, in that grass skirt there. What a shame. Let's have a look at what happened here on the exit of 3. We're on board with Danny Lowry, and again, I'll turn to you, Ken. You'll see it better than I will.
Yeah, you go down. Okay. Down to the apex. Oh, it just got loose on it.
Oh, okay. So no, it wasn't on 3, it was 4.
No,
just
he
before
didn't
the
dump
bridge.
any wheels off. It just lost the rear end.
Yep. Simple turnaround, and unfortunately he's in a position where we had to pull out the caution. What a shame for Danny. And,
oh boy, look at this shootout.
This is going to be fun. And what do we got left? What would you be thinking now? You're over the halfway point. We've got about 35 minutes on the clock. This is 14 laps gone. You know, effectively the fuel load is coming down bit by bit, but tires were in good shape now because we've had a couple of cautions.
This is the time of the race where you're going to set your best laps. The fuel load is burned off. The tires are still fresh. These are going to be the quickest laps of the race that's coming up right now. They're going to pack up against Paul. So you're going to have some pretty fast 4 front cars coming up, and even Ruman will be there too. So,
yeah, and also I guess the guy to lose the most is Paul Menard because the other 3 behind him were battling for themselves, against themselves, but they were 6 seconds behind Paul, and now he's got to do it all again.
Yeah, he's been on cruise control the whole race, and he's such a cool customer. He's he's doing what he's supposed to do. Now they'll pack up again, and who knows? Who knows what'll happen? You never know on a caution.
Yeah, and I bet it's hot when it gets caution because, these cars are designed to be going at over 150 miles an hour. And now there's just hot air going in, right?
Yeah, you got your cool suits going. You got your drink. your drink bottle this is the time to really take a good long drink of everything, you know, relax your grip.
Well, let's head down to Ben Sissel in the pit lane.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm here with Osney Rodriguez with Griffin Motorsports. We've known each other for a long time because he runs in Trans Am and they run in SVRA. Jeff Lindstrom is in Billy Griffin's car. Billy Griffin, our two-time GT champion, has moved up to TA. He's in a beast, brand new car to him. What are your drivers saying? I know you had to bring Billy in.
We've been having some issues with the car the whole week. The brakes were getting a little bit too hot, so he couldn't go around the cars. He couldn't stop in time. So he brought the car in to check the brakes. They're running a little bit too hot.
Yeah. And Jeff Lindstrom, is he doing okay?
Jeff Lindstrom is doing great. He's a pretty good driver, so he's doing pretty good right now.
Nice. All right, well, thank you so much, Osney. Gentlemen, back up to you in the booth.
Thanks, Ben. Good work. And we're under caution here at Sebring. This is the first race of the season, and this is where it all began for Trans Am back in 1966. So we always come here, and it's a traditional way to start the season. And right now, Paul Menard is leading this race, the former NASCAR superstar. And Keith Grant in second place, being chased by Tommy Dreesy, Wally Dollenbach in fourth. That's Wally Dollenbach Jr. So a host of great drivers at the front of this one. And don't count out Amy Rooney either. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from Sebring after this. So when this caution restarts, and Ken, I'll turn to you again. We talked about it in the last one. He got away well, but it's a different situation, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, you know, Paul's just cruising here. And again, you've got to make it to that start box before he can go. The caveat here is you got some slower traffic right in between first and second place.
Yeah.
So that lap traffic has got to either get out of the way or get on the throttle or both.
So we are clicking down. Of course, we still click down the laps as we go through this. Well, the internet is liking the deep blue 90s Mustang Cobra. And Danny Lowry is up and running go.
Yeah, that's a pretty stout race car.
And we welcome our fans live on MAV TV across the USA, wherever you're watching and wherever you're tuning in. And we also welcome you around the world on the YouTube channel that is SpeedTour. Welcome to the Sebring SpeedTour with Trans Am and SVRA. We've had some great action over the weekend and some great guests. Great to have our Grand Marshal here as well. He came in the booth with us yesterday. And right now, the action on track is under caution with Paul Menard leading the way. We're interested to see just what in the Dreesy Motorsports brand new setup with Showtime boss.
Yeah, it's looks like we're going to go another lap here.
Yeah, I think so.
Trying to clean things up. They got to repair that wall back over there by turn 3.
Yeah, they got down and going, but they didn't necessarily get the wall sorted out.
Got to repair the fence.
But this is a long caution if you're in the hot and the heat, but halfway through your race.
See, there's an actual start box with a fluorescent tape on the side of the wall. And that's where Paul can accelerate. Once he can't do that until he gets to that box. Then it's up to him to go.
All right, well, while we're under caution, let's head down and find out what the latest is with Wally Dollenbach. We've got his crew chief with Ben.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm here with the crew chief of Wally Dallenbach Jr. and this Ultimate Headers team, Steve Boucher. What is Wally saying to you on the radio? How is the car set up? I knew he was struggling earlier, but it seems like he's doing pretty well now.
Yeah, we struggled earlier in the weekend with the setup, and I think we got it pretty good now because he said he feels like the car's the best it's been all weekend, and he thinks he's better than the guys ahead of him. We're having a little problem with when you close in tight at dumping the air off the front of the car. Our aero's not quite right, but the car feels really good.
So he's looking for a long straightaway to make that pass, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So he's holding on to it, try to have something for the end of the race.
And if anybody has some experience in Trans Am, it's Wally Dallenbach. So Steve Boucher, thank you so much for your input. Gentlemen, back to you.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, we've just heard from Race Control that we're going to go green straight after this. But interesting what Wally Dallenbach has changed his tune. We spoke to him, me and Ben, on the pre-grid, and he said, no, the car's not set up as I want it. I couldn't get it sorted in practice. Don't think it's going to work. This is going to be a testing session. And now his engineer says he's loving it.
He says that all the time, too.
He's a perfectionist, right?
Whenever it comes to the race, he does all his homework. He doesn't win practices, that kind of thing. But during a race, he is a wily fox.
I can imagine. Well, we've had a big attrition rate here, and we're about to go racing again. Danny Lowry's back out there, and he was the only XGT competitor, and now he's in the pits, as you can see, and they're going to see if they can, just see if there's any problems that stops him from going back out. But it's all quiet on the rest in front at the moment. Danny just waiting for the signal, and it doesn't look as though they're working too hard. So will they get him back out, or will they say, you know what, let's just put this one down to experience? It's going to be an almighty restart here. Keith Grant with Dreesy behind him, Dallenbach behind him. Then the battle for GTs is also raging between the Maserati and the Supra, the Toyota Supra, 9th and 10th overall, but they're in their own GT battle, so we'll keep an eye on that. In fact, Coffey, De Silva, and Lindstrom all in that battle. Richard Grant is in 12th. He's also in TA, but he's not in this battle. And then we drop down to the SGT battle. That's 13th place overall for Josh Carlson, but he's got a lot of work to do to catch Lee Saunders, who is currently leading in SGT in 6th position.
Yeah, now the gainer, the lap traffic between Paul Menard and Keith Grant is Wally's teammate.
Ah, right.
Now, surely there won't be team orders here. You think?
Nah. No, not when it comes to the maestro that is Dallenbach, I don't think.
Never know.
No, you don't. That's true.
I would never do anything like that.
No. Now, as you can see, the Ginettas' lights are off. So, in a moment, Paul Menard will be in control of this race. And basically, it's not too smart to go too early either, because you're on a curve. And you can only accelerate so hard, and everybody else can accelerate at exactly the same speed. So
you got to stop and go if you go too early. So
right.
Don't want to do that.
No, and you kind of want to get enough around Sunset where you can put the hammer down and really take it to them down the front straight. That's the idea anyway. And let's see how he does it. So then, we're going to be racing again here in TA. Watch for the green flag to the top right.
There they go.
And away they go. Good start from Grant on the 40.
Oh, look at Wally.
Black, but Wally Dallenbach. And here comes Amy Ruman and Dallenbach.
Got them both.
Got them both. Nicely done. Wally Dallenbach showing that he's lost none of his speed. Dreesy looking for a way past Grant, but can't do it just yet. They dive into turn 3. Great start.
Wow.
Restart. But well done to Paul Menard, but well done to Wally Dallenbach Jr. And we said he's comfortable, his crew chief did, and boy is he. And he's now sending a possibility of a win, and he hasn't had one even in the Masters class in a while. So now the Ultimate Headers car heading down into Q3 turn 7. Tight as can be. Dreesy right there with Grant. Amy Ruman right off there in 5th place. Nothing between them here on lap 18 of 27. Here comes Dreesy. Collier looking for an inside move at a tower, perhaps. He has a quick look. Heading now towards Bettett's Bridge Hall, Bishop's Bend. The man next to me getting a little nervous, but enjoying it.
Amy's right there as well, just waiting to pounce for any mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Such an important race with Dyson out. They really want to get some points on the board and keep it going. by Lime Rock this time last year. Dyson recaught the points, having trouble in this first race, and didn't really get to winning ways until his home of Lime Rock. Lakes in the background on this beautiful still day here at Sebring as they head down the Almond Straight again. Menard pulling away at the front.
Menard's got it covered for now, but boy, the next 4 places there is pretty tight.
Yeah, Menard never in doubt, is it? He's look at the gap he's already done in the 1 lap. Here comes the Lucas, number 8. Dreesy Motorsport coming out of Sunset. Dollenbach trying to get away. Grant and Dreesy not letting him. Dreesy, though, desperate to try and get on level terms with Dollenbach. Dollenbach, here he comes, up the inside. This is Tommy Dreesy on that inside line that Dyson took. It ended in tears for Dyson, but he's got past.
He's got it.
Nicely done.
Oh, Amy got by, too.
Amy. So, poor old Keith Grant got duffed up heavily there. 2 cars going past him in the same class. And now Dreesy goes in pursuit of Dollenbach. Meanwhile, Menard is up the road by 3 seconds as they come under the Mission Bridge and down towards Q3. Turn 7, yet again. Dreesy not close enough this time to make a move on Dollenbach. Now he'll settle in. Yeah, take your time, exactly. That's what the maestro says. If you were on the radio, that's exactly what you'd be saying, right? Or what would you be saying?
I'd be talking him off the ledge right now.
This is what Tommy loves.
Yeah.
He loves this kind of frenetic action where he's in the middle of it, in the thick of it.
He's really good, you know, at the end of the race. He puts his head down and concentrates and starts clicking them off. So this ain't over.
No, by any means. And we've seen in the past, Menard, I think this time last year, had a problem. And, yeah, didn't get the finish he wanted. Keith Grant, though, bags of experience from IMSA and prototypes and Formula racing. Of course, he does Formula Atlantic as well, or has done over the years.
I'm kind of curious about Keith Grant. You know, he had second place, you know, in hand there, but he backed up to Tommy, so I'm wondering if he's having an issue with his car.
Yeah, could well be, yeah. So 19 gone. Here's your leader in the all green and black. Paul Menard's going to do the full season this year, so Dyson will not be enjoying the fact that he is having it one-way traffic with both Ernie Francis Jr. and Dyson out of this race. Menard trying to build on that possibility of leading the championship going into Road Atlanta. Crosses the line now.
It's pretty close there.
Very close. Dreesy stuck to the rear end of the Ultimate Headers Ford Mustang of Dollenbach. Now he jigs to the inside. Can't quite do it. Dollenbach takes the wider line but holds off Dreesy for now. Another opportunity at 3.
Yep, Dollenbach's good through this tight stuff.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, Dollenbach seemingly just a little bit quicker than Dreesy in the second half of the Sebring track. But Dreesy making the time up, especially down the Almond Straight and into that Sunset Complex. And usually gaps him a little bit going into turn 1.
See how we exit Q3, turn 7. Hairpin.
Yep. Nice and smooth by this gaggle of 4. Grant not losing too much time to Ruman at the moment. If anything, Dollenbach just pulling away. The gap between him and Maynard is 5 seconds at the moment.
This car's really good in that tight stuff, real slow corners.
Amazingly, that's where you want the setup, isn't it?
Yep.
7 laps to go, and always the possibility of more cautions. Sorn is still leading in SGT and 6 overall. Now second place in SGT is Richard Forsyth. And third at the moment is a long way further down, though. I think, I'm not quite sure who the third man in SGT is, but Danny Lowry is circulating in SGT. It's Josh Carlson, yeah, the youngster in 12th overall. So off the race line.
Emergency vehicles out there.
And they're guiding a car back by the looks of things, sort of shadowing him or towing him. And I think that, you know who I think that is? That could be Grant, you know, the other guy.
Oh, yeah.
Richard Grant.
See the white flags waving. That's just information only.
Yeah.
Racing still continues, passing can continue and all that.
Well, they do a good job of safe recapture, as it were.
How about this? Look at 4 TA cars, nose to tail,
really good
towards the end of the race.
Really good. 21 laps gone on the 27.
6 to go.
Yep. Plenty of time yet as they bounce over the curves. That rear shot by Man Lake doing a good job there, showing us those bumps. We were talking about this last night, just how bumpy it is through there. Under the bridge they come. That's where Lowry went off. Just went a little too hot. Ended up in the tyre wall. Glad the car is A-OK. Into Cube 3 again, down Fangio. It's hard to see where Dreesy is going to make up the time, isn't it? He's good under braking. Look, here's a good example. Into Tower. Catches right up there.
Yeah, he's in touch.
Yeah.
Just not close enough. Amy's in touch, just not close enough.
Yes.
The same goes for
Story,
Keith.
yeah. All 4 of them.
All really, really good drivers right there.
Yep. Well, you've got a host of vastly experienced drivers with 30 years each of them under their belts.
3 champions out of the 4.
Yep, amazing. And Menard doing a good job. He's, what, 7 seconds now ahead of this group. Here he is, down the Ullman Straight, leading the way. Started on the front row, managed to avoid the drama. He went wide at the start, and that was kind of what encouraged Dyson to take that inside line. But he hit that big bump, and I think it took him by surprise. Yeah. And the car just rocketed into Ernie Francis Jr., and that allowed Menard to come through.
That is just a beautiful car.
Isn't it?
They really make a nice race car.
He's still in the 203s, 203.6. Ironically, Wally Dollenbach in second place was quicker that last time out, a 203.0 by him, so 3/10 quicker. There's the SGT leader. That's Lee Saunders in the old Dodge Viper, the Florida man. And there's that Maserati again. Good battle with the Supra. But now down, it's Colin Cohen down in 14th position.
Well, that's a good battle right there.
Yeah, very good battle. And the
Maserati,
Supra again
Supra's
goes forward on Coffee. This is the GT battle.
Boy, it's a little skinny there.
Very skinny indeed. And these two have been at it for the entire race. Very different cars, but really
fast in their own way in certain parts.
Joey De Silva in the Toyota Supra in GT, and then in 9th place, Chris Coffey in the Maserati. Can we see a straight line speed difference from above, I wonder? Yeah, the Supra is definitely closing in as they head towards the hairpin.
It definitely looks lighter and smaller.
Yeah. Can't quite do it then at Q3. This is going to continue, I think, till the end of the race.
Yeah, the Supra's a Tony Ave prepared
yes,
car.
Yes, it is.
And they're experts at those Toyotas nowadays.
Well, of course, we've got the GR champion, the Toyota 86 champion here yesterday, and Tyler Gonzalez getting a podium and beating his teammate Rafa Matos. Great start to his year. Toyota driver. There really is nothing between these two, is there?
No. It's a good battle.
You're right, the Supra just looks a little bit more nimble, doesn't it? I mean, I know it's smaller physically, but it just looks as though it's a little bit more nimble. Through goes Lee Saunders. Forsyth going through in the 58 in the Corvette, the all green. Then John DeGainer in 8th. And then we see Chris Coffey and Joey De Silva in the GT battle. Nothing between those two. Jeff Lindstrom behind them in the Mustang. Into Sunset. Laps running out.
4 to go.
And the Supra made a move, or tried to make a move up the inside. He's got the headlights on, and typical motor racing technology, psychology, saying, hey, I'm coming past. I think it's a waste of electricity. He's certainly using all the track and more. No change at the front. The gap has come down, though. Menard has knocked it off a little bit. I don't know whether that's traffic or not, but the gap now down to just 4.9 seconds. Either Dollenbach, Dreese, and Ruman have got the hurry up on in the last few seconds, or Paul Menard is just drifting off a little bit and maybe nursing it home a little bit, which is a smart move. Here comes the Supra now down, though. And he's taking the outside line coming into Cube 3. And that's a hard place to overtake. And sure enough, Coffey makes it nice and wide and makes it impossible for the Supra. It gets out of shape on the exit.
It's a good battle right there.
It really is. Chris doing a really good job of defending here. The Supra seemingly just a little bit quicker, but finding it hard to get a place to overtake. There's the outside into Tower now. And again, Coffey defends. Heading towards Bennett's Bridge Hall, Bishop's Bend. He's under pressure, that's for sure. Driving in his mirrors. Do you ignore your mirrors at this point and just drive like hell?
No, you may have to block.
Yeah.
You have to know where he's at.
You have to. There's nothing between them. Now, let's see if the Supra can get close enough as they exit 16. Here we go. And this is good. This is looking good. Chris Coffey's going to have to get wide, but unfortunately, look at this. The Supra's coming fast. And he's already alongside here on the long Ullman straight. Surely this is the pass.
This is it.
Coffey can do no more than he can at the moment, and through goes the Supra and takes the position and leads GT. Nicely done.
I think that Supra's better through 17 as well, so he should gap him here.
Coffey
Maybe
now
not.
trying to take a different line. Now he'll have the inside line. The Supra should just hold on into the first corner, and this has been a great battle. De Silva has the advantage, 9th overall and leading now in GT.
Oh boy.
He's trying to make it stick. He knows how much pressure he's had to put on Coffey, and he knows the same will be true if he doesn't get away from him quickly. He's trying every which way to get away from Chris Coffey, but actually, while trying to push on, he's actually giving it back to Coffey, who's catching him through the twisty bits.
Okay, there's Paul Menard.
Yep, Menard comes through. There's Dollenbach. Let's have a look at the gap between them this time.
Yeah.
Might have come down a bit because Dollenbach's managed to get away from Dreese and Ruman quite considerably.
Dollenbach's running the quickest laps of the race right now. He's outrunning Paul Menard. Paul Menard's on cruise control, but he's not going to let Dreese catch him.
The gap is officially 4.5 seconds between the pair, and with 25 of the 27 gone, there's a little time for Dollenbach to catch up. But as you rightly point out, yeah, he was just a little bit quicker, but Grant and Ruman are still in their battle. McNichol's 23, doing a good job, looking for a good result, Amy Ruman. 4th at the moment. Grant up to 2nd at one point, dropped down now to 5th place, Keith Grant.
Yeah. They're having a good battle. As I said, Amy drives the widest car in the world. She's very difficult to pass, but she's also very fair. But she does what she has to do to keep you behind her.
Yeah, Keith's of the Grants. Keith is the one we've seen the least of in Trans Am anyway. Milton and Richard and Carrie are often, well, almost every weekend at Trans Am. But Keith does his own sort of formula racing and prototype racing, and then, but when he comes, he's always competitive. Always.
He's very well prepared. He loves data, and he can see where he can improve, and then he goes and does it out on the track. So he's very good, very smooth, and you know, he was in 2nd place for a long time in this race. What happened? He might have an issue. I'm not sure.
Oh, if whatever issue it was, he seems to have rectified it because he's on the pace with Amy, who hasn't had a problem all race long, which is often the case with that 23 McNichol's car, sadly. I've had many an interview with poor old Amy saying, oh, this happened this time and this happened. She had a lot of bad luck last year. I talked to her right at the end of the season, and she said, you know, on paper it was a decent season, but things just kept going wrong.
Got a lap car coming up between Menard and Wally.
Dreesy's still third, and he's a safe third, too. Out of Sunset they come. Nose to tail. Some great battles here. The gap has come down to exactly 4 seconds now, with 2 laps to go. And if anything, Grant looks as though he might be trying to make a move here on Amy Ruman in the closing stages.
Ooh, see that bump? Boy,
Yep.
that's, you can see how harsh that is, and that's what happened to Dyson.
Yeah,
at the
you can
start.
see why, yeah. And it's that inside line, which isn't the
Yep.
obvious line, is it?
Yep, no.
It's not the fastest line through the corner, but he was looking for track position. Ruman and Grant were on identical times, 2:03.1 last time out. And so even though we're getting to the closing stages of this, they are absolutely firing on all cylinders, no question. And now using the traffic if they can, or certainly Amy will be looking to use the traffic if she can.
It's pretty tight there.
Yeah, very tight. And they've got another car, as we see from above, in front of them. No change at the front, still 4 seconds the gap between Menard and Dollenbach, but Dollenbach definitely just a little bit quicker in these closing stages.
Wally's cooking off 2:01s, everybody else is 2:03, so we're not going to catch him.
Yeah, no kidding.
Here's Richard Grant. Keith's dad right there.
Yep. Go on, son, sort it out.
Don't take your son out, Richard.
As you say, they have a very similar painted car. It's easy to see where the Grants are on track. On board with Dreesy again. Good start to the season for the all-new look Dreesy Motorsports, having bought the Showtime setup. And
Look
in a
at
moment,
Wally. He's not that far
he's
behind.
not at all far behind. We're going to get the white flag this time, and Menard is either in control or under pressure. I'm not sure which yet. Here we go. White flag waves, and Dollenbach is definitely there. Dollenbach does a 2:02.9 last time out, and that's a 2:04.5 from Menard. So either the tires are going off for Menard.
Is he in trouble?
He is in trouble, I think, because here comes Wally Dollenbach.
Got a lap car there. Get out of the way. Let's go.
Let's go. He's still got a lot of work to do, though, has Wally. It's going to be interesting. It just depends on just what Menard's got underneath him, or maybe he was just letting off for a bit. Meanwhile, Amy Ruman gets through.
Is that Tommy?
She got past Tommy Dreesy? She has, you know.
Oh, no.
So Tommy's got some sort of problem as well. Or he's made a mistake. I'm not sure which. But either way, she is pulling well away from Tommy Dreesy, and that's not normal. And if anything, Keith Grant is now looking for a way past, and he's going to try and make it at Q3. Dreesy defends. Do you think it was a mistake?
I don't know.
It's a weird one.
Wow.
Because he's still, I mean, it's not like he's not under power. He's holding off Grant at the moment. Right, let's have a look. There's a replay coming up now. And again, see what you see here. Ken, what happens here, Tommy? Turn 1 it is. Well, I'm not sure what that tells us yet.
Oh, she just
this is the
got
move.
up
She just
inside
got
of
the
him.
inside and made the move. Fair and square. Just a great overtake.
Wonder what happened.
Wow, fantastic stuff. Well done. Caught him out a little bit. There you go. We see it from above. Yeah, she just got better drive on the exit of 1 and used it. That is classic stuff by the former champion on another former champion. Final lap then. Here comes Paul Menard, and Dollenbach did his toughest race of a long time, and the Ultimate Headers number 4 kept him honest. The gap down to, 2 seconds in the
Good
end.
for Paul Menard.
Well done.
Nice
Paul
job.
Menard wins race 1 of the
Good
season.
job, Wally.
Wally Dollenbach
Awesome.
takes second place. And with Dyson out and Ernie Francis just making an appearance out.
Amy
Ruman takes the podium.
Wow, what a race.
Tommy Dreesy takes 4th, and as you see, Keith Grant in 5th.
You never know what's going to happen in Trans Am. Last lap and all.
Well, that was fun. There's the youngster. Larson going through. Well done.
A lot of exciting stuff today.
Yeah, really good stuff. And Paul Menard, that's a great way to start his campaign. And he said to me before the race that the plan is to do the full season, and that's given him a jump start on Chris Dyson. So that's good for all of us who are following the sport, because that means as we head to Atlanta, as we head to NOLA and a few others, we've got a championship on our hands.
Yeah.
And, there's always going to be the likes of a Brabham, perhaps, or some extra ringers coming into TA. You never know. We might coax yourself back out there before.
We got a spare car. You never know who we'll put in that one.
Or a TA car.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, of course you do. Yeah. Wow.
We have our Riley sitting right there.
Good point. Well, there you go. So just contact Franklin Apparel, pick yourself up some nice clothes, and
you can win that raffle. They win that seat.
Ah, right.
Just kidding.
Well, we gave a Buzz bike away earlier in the week.
Lee.
And Lee Saunders takes another victory. I think that's number 7 here at Sebring. So he continues to rewrite the record books.
He's going to have to build another room in his house for all his trophies.
Across the line comes Richard Forsyth in 8th overall in that bright green Chevrolet Corvette. But here is that battle in GT. And in the end, Coffey got it back. Well done. He's going to be 9th overall over Joey De Silva in the Supra. So those two went for a race-long battle, but in the end, it is Chris Coffey who's going to take the checkered flag. I don't know what happened. I thought the Subaru was in control when he got that pass done. But as it is, it's going to be Joey De Silva rounding out the top 10. 11th will be Joshua Carlson.
I'll guarantee you, Tommy Dreesy right there has got his finger on the radio button.
Yeah. He'll be chatting away to who's his engineer today?
I think JJ Ferrillo.
Okay.
He's the Tommy Whisperer.
Yeah. Interesting to hear what Paul Menard has to say.
Oh, so happy for Paul Menard. That's awesome. And Genelosi's Motorsports. 3G.
He's still only 43 years of age, and he's got plenty of racing left, especially in Trans Am. And I think this is a great place for an ex-NASCAR guy to come and enjoy his racing in cars that that are challenging. But not the sort of rough and tumble of an NASCAR or Xfinity.
No, or the tough schedule.
Yeah.
And all that, and most everything is on the East Coast.
Yep.
He lives in Charlotte, so.
I was amazed at Justin Marks, just how many races he managed to do yesterday, last year.
You never know. We do have his car in our shop ready to go whenever he's ready. So you never know when he'll show up.
Yeah. And into Blaster Force Tools.
Hey, I got to run down to the podium.
Go for it. Thanks,
everybody.
Yeah, go celebrate.
See you next time.
Go see Tommy. Thank you so much. That's Ken Thwaites we were listening to. Ken, of course, now working with Dreesy Motorsports this season, and hopefully we can coax him back into the booth and get his wisdom. Former XGT champion and TA racer. Well done, though, Paul Menard. In that beautifully prepared number 3. Menard's Ford Mustang, the Menard family, of course, brought so much to motor racing here in the States in sponsorship. And in a moment he'll pop out the car, and I'm sure Ben will have a word. There we go. It's a few high fives. So why don't we join Ben Sissel, who, after the congratulations, will be the first to talk to Paul Menard, our winner of TA today.
Well, thank you so much, and welcome to the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. And I tell you what, these Master Force Tools did a really good job of building you a new race car. Paul Menard back on the top step in TA at Sebring. I know that's extra special to you.
It is. It's only my 3rd time here, and the first 2 times we've been really fast. We've had mechanical problems, but Paul Genelosi's team put together an awesome Ford Mustang, and great power, flawless weekend. We had one little hiccup the first time on track, but after that, the thing was fast every session. And how about Wally? He was coming at the end. He's making me push a little harder than I wanted to. I almost spun out turn 7, just trying to get a little bit more. But it was hot and slick, and the Pirellis held up.
man, it was a fun series.
Oh, so much. It's such an honor to have you in the series, and then to have you and Wally Dallenbach Jr., who might have commentated some of your races back in the day. I know your whole family is here. And then just to Paul Gentilozzi, the whole 3GT racing team, Rocket Sports, unbelievable effort through the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, they're so good. They've been around this sport, and you know, between Trans Am and IndyCar and IMSA, they're professionals. They know what it takes to put together solid and fast pieces, and I'm really looking forward to Road Atlanta and moving on from there.
Nice. So what is your plan? I know I'm going to put you on the spot right here, but are you running for a championship or select? What you doing?
Yeah, no, we're planning to run for the championship. So that's our plan right now, and you know, Paul and I and Tony and the boys, that's what we're shooting for. Give Dyson a run for his money.
Nice. I love it. Well, there you go. Paul Gentilozzi, Paul Menard, 3GT Racing. What a great start at the Sebring SpeedTour with TA. And Jonathan, back up to you in the booth.
And that's music to our ears to hear that Paul Menard is planning on racing for the championship and giving Chris Dyson a run for his money. Lovely. Just what we wanted to hear. So then, Paul Menard takes victory, number 1 at Sebring, and said it's only his 3rd time here. But a check on the results. Paul Menard then, victory for him in the Ford Mustang. Wally Dallenbach in 2nd place, pushed him all the way. Amy Ruman on the podium, great start to her season for the 23 McNichols team. Tommy Dreesy in 4th, Keith Grant 5th. Lee Saunders wins in SGT. 2nd in SGT, Richard Forsyth. Then it's John DeGainer in his first TA race. Well done to him. 8th overall. GT won by Chris Coffey in a great battle with Joey De Silva. They finished 9th and 10th overall, but Coffey takes victory in GT. Then it's Carlson, the youngster, Richard Grant, Colin Cohen, Jeff Lindstrom, Danny Lowry had that spin but managed to get going again in the Mercedes. Billy Griffin moving to TA. Good to see him there. Kaylee Bryson, in 17th position as she returns to Trans Am. And then Adam Andretti, Naparowski, and Ernie Francis Jr. all retiring from the race, as did Chris Dyson. So, without further ado, let's take a look at some of the action from our TA race. Trans Am presented by Pirelli, and off we went. Ernie Francis Jr. got a good start. Menard likewise on the outside, but watch the pink and white 16. And sadly, they came together, and that caused the first caution. Meanwhile, Danny Lowry was firing on all cylinders in XGT. The Hula Girl was doing her bit. Lowry siding through the field. And this battle was the best of the lot. Coffey versus Joey De Silva. The Supra versus the Maserati. And that battle went all the way to the finish, but it was won by Coffey in the end. He takes the GT honours. Out front, Menard was extending that lead. You could see how tough it was out there. Danny Lowry spinning round. Not even the Hawaiian Hula Girl could help him out there. Closing stages, the Supra made some really audacious moves. Got ahead of Coffey, but that was short-lived because as the race finished, Coffey got past again. But there was no stopping the man at the moment. SGT going to Lee Saunders, and the win overall going to Paul Menard. So, talking of which, let's take a look at the highlights of TA. And as we got underway, here is that incident with Chris Dyson. And Dyson just hitting a bump, and then really just the car was out of control and he could do nothing about it. And sadly for Ernie Francis and Chris Dyson, both out of the race at the first corner. That caused the first caution. We got underway again, and Dreesy got a great restart. Look at him on the inside of the 23 of Corvette of Amy Ruman. Sadly for Andretti in the new Burton car, had electrical difficulties. They retired early on. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Dallenbach, Keith Grant, Tommy Dreesy. Dallenbach ran the outside beautifully there. And then he went in pursuit of Keith Grant. Makes the move, as does Dreesy. And Amy Ruman also in the thick of it and would take 3rd place. And this audacious maneuver on Dreesy, lovely. But the winner, no question, Paul Menard, led from start to finish. Dallenbach reeled him in, but it's Menard's win. Let's head down once again to Ben Sissel.
Thank you so much. All right, get loud, Sebring. Come on, we are now live on TV. Come on, Sebring. You can get louder than that. Unbelievable. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli here at the Sebring SpeedTour to kick off the 2024 season. Here at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle, we are going to start in the GT class. Ladies and gentlemen, listen closely. This is his first Trans Am start. In that beautiful Maserati, 2 of the 5 Maseratis like this in North America race today. And Colin Cohen, so proud of the outcome. Let's hear it. Colin Cohen, Norwood Auto Italia out of Dallas, Texas. First time in Trans Am. I didn't even put it together. We were talking before the drivers' meeting. I thought you were there for IGT. You were there for Trans Am. That's amazing. In my opinion, the race of the field was between these 2 gentlemen right here. That beautiful white Toyota Supra and that beautiful Traffic Graphics Maserati in second place, but it could have gone either way. Let's hear it. Joey Da Silva in that beautiful white Toyota Supra. Man, you guys got some coverage today, Joey. That was unbelievable. And then we're about to hear the Nature Boy again when he comes up here with his patented yelp. But let's hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, first place, the Traffic Graphics Maserati, Chris Coffey. Woo! Nice, there it is. The Ric Flair Nature Boy scream. And I have to give credit also Jeff Lindstrom, first time from SVRA to Trans Am, finished the race, great start. But Colin Cohen, man, unbelievable. I know you've been watching because Chris Coffey kind of dabbled in Trans Am the last couple seasons, and you're like, I got to give it a try now. Was it fun out there?
It was fun out there. This is a really good race group, very good drivers, and a fantastic facility and track and support organization. So thank you, everybody.
Nice, I love it. Now listen, was Joe Walsh correct? Does your Maserati do 185?
No.
I love it. Colin Cohen, ladies and gentlemen, come on, get louder. Da Silva, you were with us at COTA last year, had a great race on the podium. Here you are, starting the season back in that beautiful white Supra. It seemed like you were good in places that his car wasn't and vice versa, so what a great run.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate being here with you guys at Trans Am. And just want to thank my team, my parents, my wife at home, my kids. You know, appreciate all you guys coming out to watch us. Thank you.
Nice. I love it. And then Coffee, great start to the season. How's it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. The first thing I have to do is thank this gentleman here, Colin Cohen. I absolutely couldn't be here without him. He signed me up to run a full season this year, so I'm looking forward to the next race already. And I want to thank my wife and my crew, Alex and Xavier. This is the first time I've had an actual crew with me, so this is absolutely amazing. And this guy, super clean racing. I've never had to drive that.
Supra clean racing.
Yeah, Supra clean racing. I mean, this guy, he pushed me from the green flag. I mean, we changed positions, and Mustang got out in front of both of us, and, I mean, it was an absolute battle at the end.
And you guys put on an absolute clinic on how to drive really hard against each other, but sportsmanlike, and just put on a clinic on how to do clean racing. So we appreciate, you guys appreciate that? I like it. Nice. All right, let's hear it one more time. Colin Cohen, Joey Da Silva, Joey Da Silva, and Chris Coffey. Come on now, get a little bit louder. Hold those up. There we go. And now if you guys want to keep your Sunoco hats, you can, but you can also throw them out to the crowd. Anybody want a Sunoco hat? People mildly do, I think. You guys got to get louder than that for some hats. There we go. Colin, so awesome to see you up here, man. Let's hear it one more time. Colin Cohen, Joey Da Silva, Chris Coffey. Colin Cohen is always on our International GT podium. Jason Hart. Jason Hart's out there. Jason Hart with Norwood Auto Italia. Congratulations, guys. All right, they're all of age, so go for it, gentlemen. Get loud, Sebring. Careful on those steps, Coffee. That's got to taste good. Hey, Da Silva, that was so good. Good, clean racing. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. You guys put on a heck of a show. Thanks a lot. Coffee, see you at the next one, man. Nice job. Yeah, it burns. It does burn. Super GT. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for Super GT? Come on, don't sleep on me yet. In third place in that beautiful number 36, let's hear it, Joshua Carlson. In second place, we met him last season at Worldwide Technology Center in that beautiful Corvette. Let's hear it, Richard Forsyth. And then it seems like we start the year every year with this man on the podium in that beautiful Dodge Viper Super GT. Let's hear it, Lee Saunders. So Josh, tell us about your outing out there. Good start to the season.
Yeah, we were struggling to find pace earlier in the weekend, then we just kind of made some major changes for qualifying and found some pace. It was a lot of fun racing with these guys. It was really clean, and I just want to thank my team for getting the car down here and making it fast, and then I want to thank my sponsors in SEBA for supporting me throughout the season. Crew.
I love it. I love it. Let's hear it. Josh Carlson. Forsyth, you've been with us, what, now 4 races? And always on the podium, is that right? Nice. Well, let's hear it, man. Richard Forsyth. It's a pretty good winning record there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And what a great crowd, and what a beautiful facility, and the amazing fans, all these great people, and these amazing rides everywhere. It just blows me away. I'm a huge gearhead like all the rest of you. But Josh here was a real clean racer, and Supra Racing was amazing. Everybody raced clean, and I appreciate them. And most importantly, my amazing G-Speed team, my sponsors, Sambuca Restaurant and the new Rayleigh Restaurant we opened. And I hope you guys will come out sometime, and I'll buy you a drink. But really appreciate y'all.
Well, then where is this new restaurant?
It's in Las Colinas. It's the Rayleigh Underground. It's right behind Toyota Music Complex.
Nice. We'll hold them to that, right, ladies and gentlemen? All you got to do is say you were at Sebring SpeedTour. Lee Saunders, man, nice job. And I saw your crew here. They were a little shorter than I was used to seeing your crew.
Yeah, they are. First of all, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. What a wonderful day, beautiful day. And thanks to this wonderful country we live in that allows us to do this. Thanks for the crowd for coming out. Absolutely fantastic seeing this many people here. And everybody that turned in with us, Josh, we got Richard, super clean race. He was really keeping me worried. If he hadn't had transmission problems, we might have switched here. So, but a big thanks to my wife and my family who came out. But a special thanks to tell you how big of a family Trans Am is. My crew, my normal crew, wasn't able to make it this weekend, so I had competitors fill in. Unfortunately, Ricky Sanders, no relation, no you, had a problem, so he got to be my crew chief. And then we had Ken from Todd Nabrowski's team fill in too, so that's just an awesome. This is such a great group of people. You can't get any better than this.
Actually, just a couple hours ago, I saw Todd Naparowski, your competitor, bringing you new fluids. So that's the kind of family we have here, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's give it up for these guys. Hold up those trophies, gentlemen. Josh Carlson, Richard Forsyth, Lee Saunders, Super GT at the Sebring SpeedTour, Sebring International Raceway. Hey, and Wayne, I got to say, every year kicking off our season here, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for Wayne, the president of Sebring International Raceway? Are you guys having a good time here? Always a fantastic time, and always we love working with your staff and the crew here. Fantastic track. Thank you very much. But get loud one more time. Come on now. Josh Carlson, Richard Forsyth, and Lee Saunders. All right. Josh, are you of age? Okay. So Josh does not get champagne, so sorry, you're barely going to be able to spray that. But come on now, get loud, Sebring. Let's see what they got here. Oh, they're going after you. That's going to be sticky, guys. Nice job. Nice job. Yeah, exactly. Blame it on the winner, right? Good job, guys. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is quite an honor for me because we are about to bring up some absolute legends in motorsports, starting with a two-time TA champion, starting off her season really good in that McNichols Steel red Corvette, making a pass for the podium on the last lap. Let's hear it. Amy Ruman. He's been kind of dabbling in Trans Am the last couple seasons, been pretty active in SVRA. He did the V-Rock races, kind of got re-addicted to racing because of John Cloud. John Cloud, raise your hand because of that man right there, sponsoring 2 Trans Am cars this weekend with Ultimate Headers. But one of my commentary heroes back out racing. It's so cool to see. Let's hear it. Wally Dallenbach Jr. Wally did that thing, too, at the grid. I was asking about his car. He's like, yeah, I'm not quite sure about the setup. You know, I'm just going to go out there and run my race and hope to finish because the car doesn't feel good. Somewhere in that race, it started feeling good because you were gone. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, he's come and raced with us a few times over the years, and he's been on the top step. Racing legend, racing with Master Force Tools and Menards. Let's hear it. Paul Menard, 3GT Racing, and he's got his whole family up here. Come on up, guys. Remy? And what's your name? Remy and Bo, stand right here. We're going to put your dad on the top step. So, Remy, did you enjoy that? Was that so cool to see your dad doing that?
Yes.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Just like Paul, they're kind of with few words. Amy Ruman making a pass on the last lap for the podium. But be honest, look me in the eyes. Was it extra special that it was Tommy Dreesy?
You guys love to keep that alive, but of course it was extra special. Yeah, it was special just to pass anybody right now. So, I mean, I'm glad that we got this done. I want to dedicate this one to my dad's birthday is Tuesday, and my engine builder Fish is his birthday's on Tuesday. So happy birthday to them. And I couldn't do it without McNichols and OMP and all my sponsors, and most importantly my team and the guys. You know, we faded a little in the middle of the race, but thank God for cautions and sticking with it. You got to be there at the end. It doesn't matter until the last lap. So,
I love it. Amy Ruman, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Ruman, raise your hand. All right, everybody, just say happy birthday to Bob Ruman right here. There we go. I love it. Wally Dallenbach, man. Were you just playing tricks on me, or did they get the setup right? But, man, nice job. So cool to have you back on the podium here at Sebring.
Thank you. No, it's really the first time I even sat in this car was on Thursday, and the guys have worked really, really hard. We were definitely out to lunch yesterday, and but we threw a bunch of stuff at it today, and we just kind of took our time, and the car felt pretty good as we went along, so we decided to go for it. But it was fun. It was a blast. The car worked great. Thank you for John. Ultimate Headers. I mean, John and Deb decided to get a new car at this race last year, and this is his debut, so we're looking forward to doing some more.
Nice. I love it. Now, Wally, be honest with me. I'm sure that you've commentated some races with Paul Menard, even maybe raced with him. So when you saw him on the list, you had to be like, oh, no.
I don't think we haven't really actually raced that many times together. You know, yeah, a couple of those. But, you know, I know how good he is in a Trans Am car, and for sure I knew he was going to be tough this weekend when I found out he was coming.
I love it. Wally Dallenbach Jr., ladies and gentlemen, a Trans Am champ back in Trans Am. And then Paul, unbelievable, man. It's so, I mean, you've been in all the cars. You've been in, I remember you in a Dodge, a Ford, and a Chevy. And it's cool to have you in a Ford with 3GT for the first time, and you're on the top step. Doesn't get any better than that.
It's pretty awesome. It came together fairly quickly too with Paul Gentilozzi and 3GT. We started talking over the winter, and let's go racing. I mean, he wanted to do it, I wanted to do it, and we got some support from Menards and Master Force Tools, and here we are. The car is great to be back in a Ford Mustang. I've had a great relationship with them through the years, and the motor is so smooth. It's a smooth engine. It was built for road racing. The car was just fast all weekend. We hardly put a tire wrong in it, and Wally, man, he was coming at the end. I had to push it a lot harder than I wanted to, but he was fast. And congratulations to these two up here, and we're hoping to do you know, the whole season and give Dyson a run for his money.
Nice, I love it. You might have to get past Wally Dallenbach and Amy Ruman also. Let's hear it. Two-time champion Amy Ruman, Trans Am champion Wally Dallenbach Jr., and then our winner Paul Menard with 3GT. Paul Gentilozzi is back. You guys can let Remy and Bo throw out some hats too. Anybody want a hat from Remy and Bo? We got one over here. There you go. Here you go. Here you go, right here. All right, Sebring. Even you, Marvin Gray. I need you guys to get really loud. Come on now, one more time. Amy Ruin, Wally Dallenbach Jr., and Paul Menard. Sebring SpeedTour, Sebring International Raceway at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Oh, sorry. Man, I love this crowd. We love coming to Sebring. You just can't ask for better staff, better track, beautiful weather. Are you guys enjoying your weekend so far? Who's coming back next year? Hey, that guy didn't raise it. Are you coming back next year? All right. I'm going to put you on the spot. There we go. Come on now. Amy Ruman, Paul Menard, Wally Dallenbach Jr. Dude, that is awesome. Hey, seriously, it's an honor just to be up here with you guys. Nice job. Unbelievable race. Hopefully you guys had some fun. Come on up here for some Jim Weed, ladies and gentlemen. It'll keep you up tonight, though. Just be aware of that. So,
I got to get my kids to school tomorrow.
yeah, hey, Paul, nice job. Unbelievable. Yeah, you don't want to give your kids that, Paul. So that does it here for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. A fantastic weekend. Make sure you all go to the fan walk starting right now on pit lane with our groups 1, 3, 4, 5B. That does it here for a Trans Am at the Sebring SpeedTour. Jonathan, back up to you.
Thank you, Ben. Great stuff, as always, as we look high above the Sebring track. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of Trans Am. The season is off and running, and with a definite vow to give Dyson a run for his money. That's our 3-time in a row champion, and unfortunately not finishing the race today. So they've got a points advantage, certainly Menard has. And don't forget, you can see all the highlights of both the TA2, that's the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series, starting on Thursday. This Thursday, the 29th, at 8 p.m. Eastern. That'll be followed by the highlights of the race you just saw, and we'll bring you everything. All on MAV TV this season. Thursdays is your night for Trans Am. All right. We'll say goodbye from Sebring, but more of the Speed Tour to come on the internet, so stay with us there. But until next time, at Atlanta, bye-bye for now.
Living the moment till I die. And I'm gonna
good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Sebring SpeedTour. Get loud, Sebring. Come on. Oh, I love it. This person gets really loud. I'm loving it, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at the Sebring SpeedTour, coming right through John Nash's mirror. This is so exciting. This is my favorite group here in the Sebring SpeedTour. I love the little small bore British sports cars. We've got Group 1 cars. We've got Group 3 cars. We've got a Group 4 car. We've got a Group 5B car. So this is going to be so much fun. We've got Chris D'Amico and his mustache here, ladies and gentlemen. Another SVRA Driver of the Year. So we've got all kinds of parties going on. But Bill Knox from Road Race Ministries, and, you know, just like everybody here, you wear a couple hats. Just out here in the crew with Trans Am, about to lead us in an invocation for this race. Everybody give it up for Bill Knox. Please remove your hats.
If you'll join me in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we give you all the praise and the glory for this wonderful day that you have provided for us to do what we truly love. Father, we ask for your hand of protection to be upon the drivers, the crews, and the officials for this race. Father, keep everyone safe, bring them home safe. Father, we ask for your hand also to be upon the first responders, our police, and our armed services, no matter where they be, Father. Keep them safe, bring them home. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Bill Knox, thank you so much. And just, where's Marvin Gray, too? I just want to thank you guys. It's so great to have you in the paddock. You know that I can be a bit much, and you guys help keep me grounded, so thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you are in for an absolute treat. Rebecca Wills here, sorry. I might have written the M upside down, you know, or vice versa. She was saying an unbelievable national anthem. You've got a lot of pressure on you now because unbelievable, so beautiful. Rebecca, please take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Rebecca Wills, we need to take you on tour with us. That was unbelievable. How about a little bit more? Come on now. Rebecca Wills, thank you so much. And then Tony Mercado. Let's try to get with that Customers Bank in the background there. How far away are we here? All right, so we get to talk. So you are the art director at Customers Bank, and I've always kind of really loved that logo. Is there a name for the logo?
Well, we just call it our bug, but yeah.
Nice. And how long have you been with Customers Bank? And could you explain to everybody your approach? Because you kind of have a different approach to banking.
Yeah, sure. So we're more of a commercial bank, but it's very tech forward, but still keeping the personal touch. So we have personal bankers, people that are going to walk you through everything. This is our basic premise on everything we do.
And are you nationally located?
Yeah. Actually, we're kind of everywhere across the country at the moment. We're pretty light on branches, but we have teams across the nation.
Nice. That's unbelievable. So you've been with us a couple of times at a couple of different events. Seems like you love these motorsports events. Is there a certain type of cars that you really like in our paddocks?
You know what? I like the Trans Am series. That's really where I go when I want that. But I'm learning. I know nothing about half of these cars. I thought I was knowledgeable till I got here. There's so many stories on this paddock. It's fantastic.
Well, you know, as a car person, I'm going to redirect you over here, though. So we'll come over here. But, you know, I've been a car person. I've worked for SVRA for about 12 years. But we come to events that I have no idea what kind of car it is. And that's kind of the neat thing about this. This era of cars, there were so many specials, so many one-offs. It's really cool to see. I mean, here we are in the presence of a Lotus 23B and a Lotus Super 7. It's just so cool. So I am going to give you the microphones to deliver the most famous words in motorsport. So Tony Mercado, please take both mics from me and take it away.
All right. It looks like everybody's ready. Yes? Gentlemen, start your engines.
Hey, nice job, man.
And with that, we are underway again. And this is the latest SVRA action from Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B. And we saw these guys in action yesterday. If you weren't with us, this Corvette was doing the rounds. It's an early 60s Corvette, so we were debating over the drum brakes versus disc brakes, and we were convinced that obviously, given its era, which was early 60s, because we were informed that the disc brakes didn't come into Corvettes till 65, 66, so it's definitely got drum brakes, because it was an early 60s iteration. It was a good battle, too, between them and John Nash was out there. And we're just desperate to get those thumbs up. Nice little MGB. In the O2 next.
Can I give that to you?
That is Anthony Hess at the wheel of that MGB. That's a 1973. And Dennis D'Antonio in that 1961 Ginetta G4. Well, that'll be interesting. We've got a Ginetta from the early 60s, and then we've got a brand new one as our pace car. So we'll try to juxtapose those two with each other. 13 is John Daniels Jr. Know his brother Jack very well, certainly late at night. Austin Healey Sprite, he's in 1959. And that number 3 is... just looking. I'll get back to you on that one. Well, the O2, that's Anthony Hess, we know that. That's 61. That's D'Antonio. Got one BMW, a 700S out there. But this is pretty much a smorgasbord of international European cars with the odd American and the odd Japanese car thrown in. We've got a Chevrolet Corvette from 1960, the one that we saw, that black one. I was talking about the disc brakes and the drum brakes of Bill Treffert. Then we've got the Mazda MX-5 Miata from 1999, so actually is a classic now, believe it or not. And then the rest are pretty much European cars. Mazdas, two Mazdas. We've got the Miata from 99 and then an MX-5 Miata from 99, so not that different at all. And then Alphas, Ginettas, Fiats, Triumphs, Lotuses. Plenty of different great marks from Europe as well in these groups. Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B. So away they go, out of pit lane. One of the Miatas. And there is that modern Ginetta I was talking about. So this is the latest Ginetta, and we've got a 1960s Ginetta right behind it. In fact, it's a 1961 Ginetta. The G4, so we can compare them nicely.
Well, Jonathan, this is going to be a fun one here. We saw yesterday, and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
talked to him, how John Nash, spun lap 1, turn 3.
What did he say?
He said he just wanted to make a show of it.
I think he was covering up. I think that was a genuine mistake, don't you? But yeah, just to give you keep you up to date, as we're looking down on turn 3, that's where on the first lap John Nash in his little Lotus spun round while vying for second place, and then had to work himself all the way from the back, which he did, and got all the way up back to the front, and was having a great battle with the 61 Corvette towards the end there, and well, the Corvette could hardly see him behind because he's so tiny, certainly off the ground.
Yeah, I've been in some vintage races, like when Formula V's race with the little Formula V's, not the B's, race with production cars. They do have bicycle flags on them just for that visibility, for that very reason.
Yep. It's a battle of the mini sports cars, this, isn't it? Or the little sports cars. I shouldn't say mini sports cars.
And that dark British racing green car that was envisioned just a little bit ago, that's the Sebring front nose of the Austin Healey Sprites. They did that when they brought those cars to Sebring just because of the long straights to give them a little bit of an aero advantage. And that was Denny Hightower in that Mazda Miata. And his race suit matches his car. I thought that was a pretty good little touch.
Keeping an eye on the internet as well, and YouTube, your comments. Boy from New York says, happy Janetta.
We were wondering yesterday with Bill Warner, we're not quite sure, but that is a 1960 Chevrolet Corvette. And I do want to apologize to everybody who was here, might have joined. The comment section lit up, which I love, because it's really difficult for Jonathan and I to know all the cars, all the makes, all the drivers. So please yell at us in the comments if we get it wrong.
Yeah.
And I got yesterday's Casey Kane call wrong, but we did have some friends like David Bearden reach out. Aaron Creed reached out to me to explain the Ford Thunderbird that's coming up later, so we appreciate it. So please, if you have the knowledge, let us know on SpeedTour TV on YouTube. But so excited to be here. As always, this is my favorite group, the small bore British cars. I love it. I wish we had a bigger group of them. But, it's really cool to have the cars that are here. Brian McEachran is the mechanic over that one there in the Sebring version of the Austin Healey Sprite.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear lights are out.
So we're about to go racing. That Janetta will pull off, and as you can see, they're starting to accelerate and get up to speed. Testing those brakes. There you see the lights are off on the Janetta, which shows us that we will be racing after this, and that all-important first corner. What will John Nash do? He starts ahead of the Corvette, and yesterday they got in an almighty battle, but that was due to the fact that Nash had to come from the back. That's, I mean, if he gets a better start this time, he'll be off and running, won't he? And he's on the yellow and grey, silver inside there.
Goes into this race knowing he doesn't have it for Travis Engen. That car's a 5B. He's out there racing the other production cars.
So Travis Engen on the right, John Nash on the left. This is the SpeedTour. Away we go then for our latest group coverage of 1, 3, 4 and 5B. And we are straight into action. The Corvette jinking to the inside now. John Nash jinks behind him. Now looks to the inside. Sure enough, it is Travis Engen who takes the lead and the whole shot. And Nash drops into second place, trying to avoid the bumps that are so prevalent there.
Well, Denny Hightower from the back to 4th or 5th place, depending on how he does with Tom Brown in that Triumph Spitfire.
That was pretty impressive for a start, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good. His wife, who's also his sponsor, is going to be pretty happy about that.
How do you have a wife and as a sponsor?
I think she owns a business, and I give him some TV coverage, so she's happy. She gets the ROI on her advertising.
Like every woman, she wears the pants in the house.
Yeah.
So that's good.
So there's that shot right there. Thank you, camera operators. As he comes into Cube 3, Turn 7, there is Denny Hightower really showing us what this Miata has.
Yep, diving into
and there's
Cube 3.
The sponsorship. See right there.
Yeah, I see it. Diving into Cube 3, Turn 7, and up the Fangio straight. They're starting to spread out. Beautiful day here. The wind has dropped dramatically since yesterday. It was very, Very heavy winds yesterday. Just a nice slight breeze today.
Look at that Corvette pull in.
Whoa, no, please don't hit anything. He's managed to avoid everything, but almost scared the marshals half to death. That beautiful 1961 Corvette going around there. What do you reckon happened? Do you think he hit the brakes and it kind of just
I
locked
don't
up?
know. It looked like a mechanical failure to me, and that's not like Bill Treffert. So I'm guessing maybe sometimes a brake locks up wrong, or the bias is a little bit wrong, but that's very unlike him. I don't think he hit the wall there, but
no,
he
didn't.
He's gonna be pretty deep in sand.
Yeah, and you said that perhaps, given that there are drum brakes on that things, that maybe they do pull to the right a little bit under heavy braking.
I don't think he has drums though. I was talking to him at dinner last night. I think he's got disc brakes on it, just because drums on that car would almost be unsafe.
Yeah, I agree. Well, here they come out of the heat haze, and it is that beautiful all-red Lotus 23B of Travis Engen leading the way from John Nash in second. We've disposed of one of the Corvettes, sadly.
You can just tell, like, we commentate on these two cars quite a bit. They are both sitting up higher than we've ever seen them.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of the Sebring setup. Just because it is so bumpy, they try to give a lot of travel to those shocks.
Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah, because naturally they do run low, don't they?
Mm-hmm. But man, Hightower's coming for the leaders there in that Miata. And then Tom Brown in that beautiful Triumph Spitfire. And then Alan Schammer, he wanted his award last night. He won his group last year's group championship in the Mazda Heritage Cup. But Tom Brown looking on the inside.
Tom Brown makes it through in the 18. Nicely done. That Spitfire on fire. I got to give you a comment here, though, while we're waiting. Just to get more action, but we were talking about wives as sponsors. And we've had boy from New York said, mine left me when I went back racing.
Nice.
So
I have a question for Boy
there.
from New York. Is that from the Simon and Garfunkel lyrics? Or how did you get your name? To me, that always reminds me of the Simon and Garfunkel song.
Okay.
I think it's The Only Living Boy in New York. Is that what it is?
Yeah. So Engen leading by 1.4 seconds over Nash. Hightower with that brilliant start taking third. Brown, though, has just overtaken him for third. As we take a look at one of the other Miatas, that's Alan Schammer in the MX-5. I like the color scheme.
Yeah, Erwin Green is saying the Lotus 23 was that fast that it got banned. And that happened a lot in Colin Chapman's career. You know, he'd come up with some ingenuity, and then they would try to figure out a way to ban it.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Adrian Newey in Formula One all the time and how brilliant he is, but Chapman in his time was the Newey of the time, if you will. He was the innovator, the inventor, the guy that would push the rules to the very limit, make lightweight cars that nobody else had thought of how to make them as lightweight as he did. Sometimes push the limits of just how lightweight they should be, perhaps. But that was Colin Chapman for you.
So this is Captain Groovy. Here in this 02, Anthony Hess calls himself Captain Groovy in that 1973 would-be chrome bumper MGB.
It's a good moniker, Captain Groovy. I like it.
Me too. That's what it says on the side of his car.
Well, Bill Treffert is down in 9th position. He may have got going again, because he didn't hit anything. He just turned it around, and I think he just locked up under braking. That's what it looked like anyway. Let's hope the car's okay.
Yeah, he may have. You can see the Ave car pulling out. The Trans Am race is over. We had a fantastic Trans Am race today.
Yep, good one.
There's Alan Schammer. Took away some trophies last night.
Yeah, it was the banquet. How was it last night?
Really good, yeah. Had a lot of fun. Bill Warner gave like a TED Talk on how to do collector cars the wrong way. And somehow, it's like he basically, all the mistakes he made in collector cars. And there is Bill Treffert going at it. Look at that. Look at his right tire, though. Right front tire looks a little wobbly.
Well, let's see if he pulls in at this point, because if he's not happy with the feel of the car, he may just retire it. But it looks to me he's always online. So I think he's going to continue. Yep, he's still running.
Debris blowing there, but we were together with Bill about 6-7 years ago at Road America, and he had so much torque His right front may be going a little bit flat, but he broke his wheels from the hubs, like where you put the lug nuts in and where the wheel goes out to the rim of the wheel basically broke. Unbelievable. There's that Sebring, Austin Healey, and then the Ginetta. So that's the front end they made for the aero advantage here.
So tell me what the difference is between the normal front end and what they did for Sebring.
Well, the normal one looks like the bug eye, with the big smile and the headlights.
Yeah. So they narrowed it.
Yeah. They kind of not as much drag, I guess. A low drag front end, special.
I get you. Let's go Corvette. That's what some people are asking anyway. TA race, you missed it, but you can watch it anytime. It's on the SpeedTour website, right?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Somebody's asking when the TA race is.
Oh, the TA race has happened already.
I know, but they can watch it on.
Yeah. You can go back and rewind. I think this video you're watching right now and watch.
We're
the TA
much better
race.
in hindsight, aren't we?
Yeah. I wish we could correct my mistakes in hindsight.
Yeah, that's the beauty.
There is that Ginetta, that number 61 of Dennis D'Antonia.
Are there any touches you can see in the all-modern pace car we have that relate back to all the early 60s Ginettas?
I don't know, but you can see the evolution by looking at them. It's
Yep.
still a light, nimble car.
Yep.
But people don't make little cars like they used to.
No.
You look at the modern Mini. You would consider the new modern Mini Cooper, the BMW Cooper, to be a small car. But next to a Mini, it looks like a giant. It looks like a huge SUV.
And I hate to say it, but I think BMW have ruined that a little bit, in my opinion.
And they keep getting bigger. Every new generation of the new Mini Coopers
Which is not the
get
point
bigger.
of the Mini.
Yeah, exactly. But I think us big fat Americans want big cars.
What can I tell you? Us fat British blokes do too. Engen, Nash, and Brown. That's your top three. Hightower drops to fourth after being high as.
That's my
he's
favorite
up
in
to
this
third
group.
again. Oh, that's lovely.
I hate to say it because it's not a British car, but to bring out a BMW 700S, that's just
so you were
cool.
saying it's literally got a BMW motorcycle engine in it?
Yeah, and it's in the rear end. It's air cooled. You could hear it when it went by, and just such a cool car. And I have to give him credit. That's Jerry J. David. He did go off yesterday with a mechanical right where you're seeing there between the two tracks, and we didn't have to go full course yellow because he went off at the right place that Alex talked about in driver's meeting, keeping the whole group running without a full course caution. So we really do appreciate that when drivers are heads up like that.
So I'm guessing that it'll be a pretty lightweight engine.
Yes, very lightweight car. You look at it, there's not much to it. As we look at Travis Engen, speaking of lightweight, I was talking to him at the grid, and the old Colin Chapman of adding lightness, which they just meticulously went through those cars, and anywhere there was extra weight that wasn't strength or rigidity, they would try to take out.
Yep, that's the idea, and that's what makes you go faster. I thought what you were saying yesterday was true about the 23B and how where do you put the engine? I mean, there's no room for an engine in that, surely. It's got one.
Yeah. Just right behind the driver.
Yeah.
But even that, that little tray back there just looks like, you look at a Lotus Europa, you can see that there's room for a rear engine. But that is so small, you just can't imagine it. And look at how high up he's got that thing riding.
Yeah, you can tell, can't you? But you need it. Watch him coming into sunset here. Watch him when he starts turning in now. Start watching the bumps now. And as he starts to wave through, you see he needs that high lap.
Oh, yeah.
Now watch. Whoa.
Yeah, that's about a 2-3 inch travel in those shocks. We don't see that often.
And when it's leant over like that,
that debris is now switched to the other side of the track. Hope that doesn't get into somebody's radiator.
That's on your back. He'll be all right.
Look at how smooth his hands are.
Yeah, you can tell he's really in control of that car. There's no movement, extra movement by the hands. He's avoiding the bumps where he can, taking a nice wide line through one and driving up to three. And he's got a good advantage now, which allows him to stay in that zone. He's not under panic or being under pressure by John Nash. He's still in second place. Hightower still third. Brown fourth. Schomer in fifth place. Then Hess Trefford up to seventh now. It's a good recovery by the Corvette.
Yeah, that is pretty good. And his family, so his grandson Andrew came away with 3 of those big Cup trophies yesterday.
Really?
So that was good. And look at this. D'Antonia has gotten around him.
Yeah, well, this is one of the closer battles going on during the race, and it's between the number 61 of Dennis D'Antonio and and John Daniels Jr.
Yeah. Now, when your name is John Daniels, do you think his nickname is Jack?
Well, I was saying that I've tasted his brothers before now.
Yeah, it's only about an hour south of me in Lynchburg, Tennessee.
That's right. So looking long down the Almond Straight, just waiting for them to pop out, and they will do very soon.
That is a cool shot when
Isn't
the
it?
little heat mist comes up and rises. What
There
do you
we go.
call that again?
Heat haze.
Heat haze. Not to be confused with purple haze.
No, that's a different haze.
So let's see if this Sebring Sprite can come and get him.
Just shows you how long this straight is. It's
Yeah,
enormous,
yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, in those cars, you can check your text or grab a snack.
Yeah. Now he finally turns in. Now look at the ride height.
Look
on
at the
this one.
lines of that car.
Beautiful.
That is just sexy.
Yep, it's a beautiful car, that you know, the G4, 1961.
Well, let's ask the crowd. If you're on the comments section, he says Frog Eye in UK. That is correct, because we usually call him Kermit the Frog Eye Sprite.
Yeah.
But leave a comment. Which one of these cars is your favorite out there in this group?
Yeah, let's hear from you.
My favorite is that BMW 700S, which I never thought I would say in a group of British cars.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty impressive. Well, you know it's reliable. It's a BMW.
Maybe. We're going to have the white flag next time by for the leader.
Coming out of turn 3.
Uh-oh, the vultures are circling.
I
You
know.
can see their shadows there. That might be ominous. There's Bill Trefford.
They're a
that
bit early
beautiful
for Bill.
1960 Chevrolet Corvette.
No, they're only in flight because they saw him go off and they thought
They
they
did,
had a chance, and now they're just wondering where he's going. Well, we know where he is. He's back out on track, and he's up to, 7th place.
Yeah, Captain Groovy.
Here we
There's our
go.
leader.
He is flying. Travis Engen just poodling along. Smooth as you like. Right hand down, another corner down. And bye.
And he waved like, hey, thanks for seeing me.
Yep.
That's the gentleman driver that Travis Engen is. He just an unbelievable person, really fun to talk to. He just doing that little live grid walk thing that we did taught me some cool things about the car. So the rear end of that car has 6 lugs. The front end had 4. They took it to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the FIA had a ruling of the spare tire had to fit both front and rear, and Colin Chapman never went back to the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Because of that?
Yep.
Wow. Interesting. Good little factoid, though. Antonio still in that little battle with Daniels. Daniels, though, losing a little bit of ground in the 13. Engen's long, though. Look at him. He's already gapped him from...
You always hear stories that back in the day in the 50s and 60s, they basically just put peach bales, those little like corn husk bales around to mark the track. And at night, with dim headlights, you could just get lost out there. And there'd be people that were just on a whole other part of the airport and have to turn around and go find their way back to the track. And even still, you can kind of see how that would happen.
Yeah, it's complex. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of very similar looking asphalt out there. So white flag waves for our leader Travis Engen as he comes out of Sunset. Takes the white flag, and this is the final lap. This is Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B. A small field of 10 cars, but entertainment all the way. As smooth as you like it to turn 1 again.
He just always looks like he's in control, and the car just goes where he wants it. And he and JR and the whole staff at GMT, they work together and get the cars working right. And I don't know if I've ever seen Travis's cars come in on the hook.
Well, Hightower back up to 3rd, having dropped to 4th. He and Brown in a good battle for the final podium spot. Fastest lap from Denny Hightower of 2:38.4. He's going to be pleased with that. Engen, on the other hand, is circulating in the mid-34s at the moment. This, though, is last lap. Beautiful sand. Into Tower Corner, down towards Bennett's Bridge Hall, Bishop's Bend.
Look at his hands. Look at that. Kind of one corner, one turn, not scrubbing the tires, just super smooth.
I love the juxtaposition between the old vintage car and the big modern Red Bull helmet.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it fits in that Audi R8 that he's also driving.
Yes, that's
But
right.
yeah.
So then final lap, Travis Engen putting on the... Yeah, what a difference. I forgot. Yeah, he drives that amazing R8, doesn't he?
Yeah. Now, Doc Bundy races a 23B with us with Ragogo Racing, and his pedals from left to right is clutch. Wait, hold on. Let me think about this. Is gas? Right. Yeah, it's... Well, maybe not. Maybe I don't have it. He has 4 pedals, and I've lost my train of thought. So you guys are going to have to tell me why he's got 4 pedals as Travis comes through here.
Has he got 2 brakes?
I think he does have 2 brakes. And he also has a little
so
thing.
So he can left
that,
foot brake and right foot brake, because the
yes,
left foot braking
yes.
would be done on the Audi.
And he has a little mister that can miss the brakes, too.
There you go.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
I've missed the brakes now and again. Here we go. Finish, though. We're not going to miss that. That's Travis Engen with the win. And well done to him in the Lotus 23B. And John Nash will follow him home in second place, but quite some distance behind. Still, really good performance by Travis, as always. I think that's a good idea, having the 2 brakes, so you can have the choice of how you want to brake, and then, you know, if you forget how you were driving the other car, you can go back to the old way. Plus, you can steer with the brakes, as we quite rightly point out. We'll take a short break here from Sebring. More action from SVRA here at the Speed Tour in Sebring. Join us after this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty. Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
The Road Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, March 22nd through the 24th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, Prototype Sprint Series Association, and the Formula Regional Promotion. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to Speed Tour.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour. Jonathan Green and Ben Sissel bringing the action, and Tony Garcia getting amongst it, underneath it, over it, inside it, you name it.
Did I hear Phil Collins in the background when that came live?
Yeah.
Somebody's playing that. Yeah, it is.
Bit of a
Nice.
Cadillac.
Now, do not adjust your TV screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the 2019 12 Hours of Sebring. That's Jacek Muka racing in our Group 11 SVRA in that beautiful Mustang sampling from the 2019 12 Hours of Sebring.
Yeah, but he uses that umbrella just to slow him down. That's a parachute. That thing's fast.
Uh-oh, we're missing Tom Gladys so far. He should be in second position there.
Travis
And then-
Engens in a now for something completely different. How about that?
Yeah, Monty Python. Yeah, but there, the Red Bull helmet looks normal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Bit different than the...
So, Tony, if you can hear me, get some shots of the side of the car, right there. See all those names down below, Tony? Go, if you can come, bring the camera down to the ground. Oh, they're going out. Never mind. There we go. Yeah, Tony, don't get hit by a car. Sorry about that.
Look, he's just come back. He doesn't... I mean, it's bad enough. Give him a break.
There go the Myers out there. So this is Group 5, 7, and 11 at the Sebring Speed Tour. Andrea Robertson pulling out there. And just some really cool eclectic mix of cars, some prototypes. Some of these cars actually did race at the 12 Hours of Sebring just a few years ago in this century. And so I'll go through the grid here real quick. We've got Jacek Muka in that 2019 Mustang sampling Cadillac DPI. Tom Gladys, who isn't out there. Travis Engen. Yeah, it is. I hear One More Night by Phil Collins. You hear that? Is that on the speakers out there?
No, it's in your head.
Hopefully, it may
Do
be.
the grid. Do the grid.
Travis, keep me focused. My meds are wearing out.
You are.
Travis Engen, 2005 Audi R8 LMP. Aaron Weiss in a Praga R1T. Ralph Lamacchia, one of our fastest drivers, in a Mazda Elan DPO2. Louis Schreiber in a Radical SR10. Benjamin Myers, our Group 5, first Group 5 AS2 and a Carbier CS2. And his brother Andrew Myers went away with 3 huge cups of trophies last night. 1996 Carbier Sports 2000. Gary Gray in a Radical SR8. I'm not imagining that. That's Phil Collins.
Gobel Newsom.
Gobel Newsom in a Sebico MPO1 Evo. Andrea Robertson in that Ford Doran GT. Beautiful car. Thank you, Andrea, for bringing that back out with us. Dave Kunzelman in a Radical SR3. Michael Schmitz, One More Night. Norma M30, and then Don Yount in an Orica Challenge car. Jonathan, we're going to have a good race here.
I don't know what a Ford Doran GT is compared to a Ford GT40.
I think just Doran was like the team that built the car, like a Shelby Mustang instead of a Ford Mustang.
Okay.
I believe, but I could be wrong, and I'm sure our comment section knows exactly, or at least can Google it for us.
So you're not the only one. RDC Autosports is also Phil Collins in his head. So.
Okay, I hear a sax solo right now. You hear it? That's the
Barely,
sax
but
solo.
I think you've got the Unity on as well, so I just don't worry. He's playing all his hits. He's here. Concert,
Now, it wouldn't be odd to see the lead singer of AC/DC, Brian Johnson, out racing.
No.
Or the Nick Mason from Pink Floyd.
Or even Mr. Bean.
Yeah. Alice Cooper.
Yeah, he races. What's his name? Podcast.
Adam Carolla.
Adam Carolla, because we're talking about a car that he owns now, that Tilly's.
Yeah. So what's your favorite Phil Collins or Genesis song? We're just going to put out all the hits today.
Okay. Well, you can't beat In the Air Tonight. That's drum solo. You got to love it.
I'm not a Susu Studio fan.
Nah. Fantastic in concert, though. Did you know, here's a bit of trivia, did you know that Phil Collins owns most of the items in the Alamo? I think he's since sold them off.
Huh.
But if you go to the Alamo and you go and see some of the famous swords and some of the memorabilia they have there, he is a long-time aficionado of all things Alamo and has put a lot of his money into them. How
random is that?
Totally random.
Yeah.
A guy from England, investing in a place in San Antonio. A famous place, mind you. Ginetta, talking of a famous place in England. Ginetta, the lights are off on the pace car, which means the Cadillac and the Audi will go head
Look
to
at this
head.
front row.
What a front row.
This is amazing. Like, seriously, don't adjust your TV screens, because you would think this might be the 12 Hours of Sebring.
Yeah, with sunshine. Here we go. And these two are going to go, who's your money on in this one? Travis, though.
Jasek's the aggressive one. Okay. Travis will wait for his tires to warm up and make good decisions, and Jasek goes for it.
Here we go, then. Let's see if you're right. Green flag waves. Away they go. Jasek Muka on the right-hand side. Travis Engen does slot into second place, as you guessed it would be the case. Engen will wait to get his tires up to speed. That's a beautiful-looking Cadillac. You said Ford Cadillac, or sample Ford.
Mustang sampling.
I see.
Yeah, that was the sponsor back then. I think is that a Wayne Taylor? No, that's not Wayne Taylor. Who was the team with that?
Well, Max Angelelli was the guy that developed the Cadillac originally for IMSA. But you're right, Wayne. I mean, so many of them. But 219, no, that's a long time. Yeah,
now look at this Radical. Now look at the legs on that Audi, just pulling away, coming right down to Jasek Muka. It does take about a lap for that Audi's tires to come to temperature, I believe.
Third place is Aaron Weiss in the Praga R11.
Cool looking car. The lines of that car are just beautiful. But basically, the first three cars in this group are reverse airplanes. They're basically made to keep these cars on the ground.
Yeah, and in fact, the Audi in the middle, the all grey with touches of red, is the most successful Audi racing car of all time.
Isn't that cool that it's here with us? And will be with us probably 4 or 5 more times this season. So it's so cool to see that car, and especially sometimes in the paddock you can go to GMT and they've got all the clothes off of the car and you can see the engineering inside it. And it is unbelievable to see the insides of that car.
And they've made it easier and easier to fettle with. They used to have literally technicians from Audi to be able to get started and work it and all the rest of it, but they've made it a lot easier now. But this top four, look at them. Really close together as they come out of 16 and down the Ullman Straight. Line astern, here comes the Audi.
Yeah, but the Audi and the Cadillac are pretty equally yoked at this point. Maybe Travis is turning it on. Look at that.
We've got some aficionados.
Oh, man. All right, so give us your historic Sebring 12 Hours announcing voice. Remember those from those films of the 50s and 60s?
And here they are, the American Classic here at Sebring. And it's good to see Bill McLaren and Bruce McLaren together on track. Brian Redmond is also in this one. He's in a Ferrari.
That's amazing. I wish I had that talent. It's Travis Engen in the Mission Foods Turn 1. But there it is, that number 72. Such a cool Aaron Weiss, a Praga R1T. Beautiful lines on that car, but that Radical went up ahead of him.
Yeah, we just had Erwin Grevin saying Thomas Eng was one of the drivers in that car. I think that does... Beloff was another one. Bieler. We're talking about the Audi.
Travis went wide.
Sorry, the Cadillac you were talking about. And I was talking about who drove the Audi as well. But there's nothing between the top three. Really impressive so far. Jim Booth at the wheel of that Radical. It's good to see the nimble Radical just keeping up. I mean, he's got plenty of grunt anyway, but so nimble in the quick corners.
Yeah, it's a short wheelbase, narrow car. Lots of fun to see. We have this PSSA group that races Radicals and Revolutions, and until you see those two cars side by side, they look pretty similar. But the Revolutions are quite a bit wider.
Yeah,
have a little bit wider track, but really fun to see those cars on track. And we'll have our first PSSA race next weekend at Thunder Hill.
That's right.
There's the 30 of Michael Schmitz in a Norma M30. Group 11 car.
I have not heard of the Norma. My mother's name is Norma. She doesn't know she's a racing car.
Yeah.
She drives like a racing driver, but she didn't know she's named after a racing car.
All right, now somebody's playing smooth hits in there. Do you hear that?
No, you're imagining things.
I might be.
There's people in
It's
your head.
really sad, though, because I feel
Do you
like
wanna lie down?
I could imagine better than Kenny G. There you go. There's that Mustang sampling. I'm going to snap back to it. Jacek Muka over Travis Engen, but Travis Engen really giving him the grunt here going into 17. And here comes Michael Schmitz, might be up there with these two in that Norma M30. So he started at the back, but really moving his way up to the front.
Still haven't got a glimpse of Andrea Robertson on track yet. She's in 10th position in that Ford Doran GT. Here come the leaders. Another lap completed, the clock ticking down. The 7 of Ralph Lamacha in that Mazda Elan DPO2.
Yeah. So Wolf Motorsports and Ralph, they hang out a lot. And actually, I got to go to, so just outside of Road America, Wolf built these like basically condos with big garages that you can build out. You can make like a clubhouse or a bedroom. So when you come to Road America, and Tom Lemkuhl, our former grid chief, took me over there, and he's just got a really neat place with a lot of really cool, like Ferrari memorabilia. And he and Tom would pair up and do a lot of co-driving together. So Ralph Lamacchia here, James French is his coach and co-driver. So it's cool to see those two come all the way up from Wisconsin down here to race with us at Sebring.
Yeah, trying to get away from the cold and get some sunshine in you. So Myers and Myers, 7th and 8th. They had a good battle yesterday too.
So Steve Keyline, this is a great comment. Love seeing the racing cars from the days when the drivers were fat and the tires were skinny.
Yeah.
It's the opposite these days.
Can be. Yeah, Jacek Muka did a 2:03.4, and he's got a good gap over Travis Engen, but it's still a good battle. Now we go back to this battle here. This is the Meyer battle.
The battle of brotherly love.
Yeah, Benjamin and Andrew.
So Benjamin last night might have gotten a little bit green with envy, seeing his brother collecting all those cup trophies. So he's just ahead of him as they go through Bennett Bridge Hall Bishop's Bend.
So that would be Benjamin going through Bennett's Bishop's Bend.
Exactly. Thank you. Wait till we have Benny Bish out there.
Benny Bish, that's right. He's up next. Group 10.
Look at that, though. Andrew's getting behind him now. The slipstream, the drag can be a big coefficient here. Look at that. Is he closing the gap? I can't tell. It looks like they are dead even.
Yeah, it looks dead
like
even.
Like they have a stick between them and they're just connected.
Good racing, though, and I think they're enjoying the fact that they've got plenty of room to race each other, but they're very similarly yoked, as you quite rightly. There's the Andrea Robertson with the lights blazing on that Ford Doran GT. Beautiful. I went and had a closer look at that. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Have we gotten an answer?
Here we go. Now Travis has got his glue together and stuck one ahead of Muka and takes the lead. So Engen, for the first time, leads this race in the Audi R8.
Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in. We're going to have to stay with the leaders. I think we've gone through the whole grid because we're going to have to stay with the leaders. Something amazing is about to happen. Travis Engen in his 2005 Audi R8 LMP versus Jacek Muka in a 2019 Cadillac DPI. This is about to get good at Sebring. Two cars with huge history here at the 12 Hours of Sebring. Who do you have the advantage to? Who do you give the advantage to, Jonathan?
Well, just what you said was so interesting. 2005 versus 2019. That should not be a match, but it just shows you the quality of that Audi and also Travis Engen's ability at the wheel. But Muka should have the advantage, and he's right there behind him as they come through 15A and head towards 16.
But you never know, like, what kind of restrictions were put on cars in that 14-year difference. But, yeah, Travis a little bit less drag than, with that open cockpit car over that Mustang sampling. But you can see Jacek kind of looking around. He's like, doesn't have the draft yet. Jacek and Travis have raced together many times, so they know each other really well. But let's see what happens here.
All right.
Look at those bumps.
Yeah, out of the Mission Foods Sunset corner. And there's going to be another lap before the white flag for at least, and that means that Jacek Muka, as they dive into one, has still got a very good chance of winning this race.
Yeah. He's taking the wide line, short apex corner. Travis taking the defensive line. Both on the brakes at the same time, but Jacek was just a little bit behind Travis. So Travis later on the brakes there.
And they come out very smooth indeed. 3, 4, 5 now and down under the bridge.
Look at that gap now that Travis is getting.
Yeah, he's getting some good, using the grunt of the Audi there for sure.
Jacek's going to have to be a little bit later on the race, but man, he used all the track there. He almost came out, tracked out wide right.
Just seems like the Cadillac under braking in a more modern car just really dives closer and closer under heavy braking, especially at the Cube 3 hairpin there in turn 7.
Gary Gray, and then number 34, 2013 Radical SR8. I wish I knew, and I should know. I'll know by next weekend what the difference between an SR10 and an SR8 is, but hopefully our comment section does. It does seem like yesterday that those Audis were new, and I have a few slot cars of those Audis, but look at this. Andrea Robertson, another car that raced the 24 hours, that very car raced the 24 hours of Le Mans.
She podiumed there, didn't she?
Yes, yeah. She and her husband. What a cool story that is. Love the new bridge that Sebring's put in the last 5 or 6 years there, that Corvette bridge going into Green Park. Just every year we come back here, there's new improvements that the staff is making to the track.
You don't want to mess with it too much.
Yeah, they're not really changing that. They're changing like the infrastructure and the things for the spectators, but the track is staying the same. Yeah, if they came here and repaved and smoothed out the track, I think the whole motorsports, anybody in motorsports would revolt against it. So I believe this is Dave Kunzelman with that SR3.
Another
with
Radical.
The Momo Ferrari livery on it. Love that.
Yeah, you gotta love that. Kind of on his own though at the back.
Yeah.
Place.
But we've gone through. Let's try to, if you guys don't mind, you guys want to see the leaders, let's try to go back to those leaders with Travis Engen and Jacek Muka, because I think it might come down to, there we go. I love it. Look at that as they come through Cube 3, turn 7. What are you seeing, Jonathan?
Well, I'm seeing, like I said, the Cadillac go very close there. That's about the closest he comes. And then he stays with him down the Fangio. But watch this. Well, next time we get a drone shot, you'll watch. Yeah. The Audi will start to just pull away slightly, see? And then by the time they come into Tower,
Jacek's out-braking him.
Yeah, he's out-braking him every time. Tower, again, very close. So what he needs to do, if he wants to make the approach and get over the slipstream, he needs to tuck himself up at 16, get through Bennett's Bridge Hall, Bishop's Bend, and then 15A, 16, then tuck himself right there at 16 under braking. Now, at this point here, if we get it, watch this angle. See how close he gets in this right-hander and exiting from that. And if he is close enough, then he might have a chance down the Almond Straight. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Look, close as he's been, right?
Yep.
But watch the Audi now.
Now, if Jacek can tuck in on Travis, Travis will give him the corner.
But he's got to be right there. And this is where the Audi has the advantage in a straight line. See, he's just not close enough to make a move.
But he is taking a faster line through there.
Let's see what he can do
see
here.
If he can go under at the exit.
Well,
almost.
Nice
Look
and
at
close.
that.
It's nice and close.
It is.
Still time.
And I don't see a white flag.
Not yet.
Ooh, this could shape up to be pretty good. So if you're in the comments, who's taking this thing, the Cadillac or the Audi?
Well, he's got time. We've got a few laps left, actually. So he's just going to bide his time. He just needs to get closer and closer, take increments each and every corner and lap.
So MAK 450 is like he's still salty over Pikes Peak being completely paved, to be honest. Yeah, it's not fair, because now how do you compare yourself to the times Bobby Unser did in the dirt and hanging out like crazy to the asphalt, you know?
You can't. Changed it dramatically.
Look at this.
This is where he gets very close indeed, but he needs to be closer because that's the obvious place to overtake. I think it'll be hard for Travis to come back at him if he does get past him.
Man, that Cadillac rotates quickly. I've never seen that.
Okay, let's see where he goes through here. Through Collier, and now under braking. He's kind of holding off a bit. He's gone deeper than that.
I wonder if the aero wash getting right behind one of those cars is a problem. I don't know.
Might be.
We haven't really seen anybody, going up against Travis in a while.
No, they're both coming up on
some lap
Kudisman.
traffic.
Yeah, that's Kudisman again in 11th. They're both past him. Oh, no, one of them is. He might get held up.
A little bit of a pick here.
Yeah, Travis is going to gain a lot here.
Yeah.
Look at this. Ooh, this is advantage Travis.
That is so 12 hours of Sebring. What we just saw there, that's just what all the prototypes
And he's
up
still
front
he's still
come
not
up to.
past him fully.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a huge advantage. Remember last time we saw this shot, he was tucked in right behind him. And now Travis has got about 4 or 5 car lengths on him now. And I think that's all he's going to need in the closing stages of this one. Nicely done by Travis. That's good, skillful, clever driving.
I don't see the start tower scrambling to find their white flag, so we're going again.
I think they're having a discussion.
Maybe they forgot this isn't the 12-hour.
So the gap has increased dramatically now. It's over 3.5 seconds. So all the good work that Muka had done has come to naught because Travis Eddingen, as you can see, is gone. He's already through 3. And now Muka braking, just coming into the entry of 3. So he's broken the back of this, has Engen.
Isn't it interesting to see all the different racing surfaces here? So now he's on that patch. Then he comes out. So just those little bit of changes, in the right weather can kind of mess you up because it's just different grip levels, different adhesion. Then now he comes into a concrete part of the Cube 3 Turn 7 hairpin.
This is 3rd place. This is the 63 of Jim Booth. Been a quiet race for him, but he's pedaling away nicely. Out of Cube 3 and down the Fangio straight.
If I'm not mistaken, I thought Jim Booth used to drive a white Radical with us last year. Maybe he's got a new car for him.
Well, the SR10 is probably one of the most modern Radicals, so maybe he's upgraded to a more modern Radical.
There's La Bamba Racing down there. I see the La Bamba Racing machine. Happy to have them here. Thanks for joining us. And there's Jim Booth. You can see that halo. See their kind of interpretation of the halo there. That's a smart idea.
Yeah, it is. Works well.
As we saw with Grosjean a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
See, they've added asphalt right there coming into, what is that, 15? 14, 15, 16. Yeah, so that's turn 14. That wasn't there, I think, last year.
It's going to be a safe third place, for Booth. The battle rages on between Engen and Muka, but Muka's kind of lost out. The gap now 3.5, if not more, at the end of this lap. Winding down. This are Group 5A, 7, 11, and their second race of the weekend.
I want to see this Praga, the black car behind this red car. I want to see the lines of that. It's just a really cool looking car. Look at that. It looks like
spacey,
20 years in the future.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's actually 4th place at the moment. That's the 72 of Aaron or Weiss on the Praga.
Man, that looks rough.
I do like that. Good looking car. But low to the ground.
Respect the bumps. That's Sebring's tagline.
Yeah. Well, he's having fun, that's for sure. 4th place overall and already getting into traffic as he dives out of turn 1.
Back to Booth. Something's hanging on the bottom of his car. You see that?
Yep.
Just behind the right front wheel. Probably just a little piece of, what do you call that? The body that keeps it flat underneath. Something's come loose there, and there's our leader. But the gap has dropped.
Yeah.
It was 3.5.
Well, Engen doing a good job of controlling this race, but we'll keep an eye on the gap. It's 2.8 now. Look there, you can see it now for yourself. So it's come down a little bit, so he's replied well, has Muka.
So Mac 450 says his money is on the Audi, but he's rooting for the Caddy.
Well, the battle of the Myers is over, that's for sure. And it looks as though Benjamin's easily won that. Andrew a long way back now, look.
Yeah, wonder what happened.
Meanwhile, the leader's coming through. Engen on his way.
Looks like so the person at the flag stand looks like he's ready to throw something.
He's ready to throw. Well, he's ready. It's a flag of surrender for Muka. It's actually a white flag to say last lap, because Muka is a long way behind. There you see the gap.
Yep.
Muka some 5.1 seconds. That's why I say he's surrendering, because it was down to just under 3, but now it's gone back up to 5. So,
you know what's so interesting about endurance racing that we've seen in the years past? You know, you look at the record books for 12 hours of Sebring back from the 60s. Sometimes it was, 60 lap difference between the leader and stuff like that. But man, the last couple of 12 hours of Sebring, last couple of 24 hours of Daytona have come down to the last lap with the cars inside of each other.
I know, endurance racing has changed dramatically over the years, and they've got it down to an absolute T now. So last lap into the hairpin for the last time for Travis Engin and that famous Audi R8 LMP. Everybody else taking the white flag.
I've spoken to Travis because sometimes he'll race 4 cars in a weekend with us, and I've never really done that. I've never gotten from one car to the other race car, and he said no, all of them feel a little bit different, so he knows exactly what car he's in. He never thinks in that Lotus 23 that I've got the downforce to go into this turn as I do. He just kind of repositions, reprograms his brain. I'm in the Audi. This is what this car can do.
Well, I think because the cars are so different, that actually helps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
So the battle between Engin and Muka coming to a close now as we look at the last part of the track from high above here at Sebring. And Travis putting on a good show. And here he comes down the Almond Straight for the last time. Now, I wonder, I'd love to get a record or a readout on just how many races, just by fact, not big super Le Mans races, but just how many races this car has won. Because it's been running around in historics and winning constantly.
Yeah, and he doesn't just race with us. He's doing all kinds of different historic events.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it all over the USA. Checkered flag then for Travis Engin, who wins once again in that Audi R8.
Acknowledges the checkered flag. Thank you, Travis.
In a moment, Jacek Muka, there he is. Muka comes across the line to take second in the Cadillac.
That was a cool race. That was fun to watch. And Rob and Alex told me a couple weeks ago that we do have a lot of Group 11 cars here, coming here, and they were right. It really paid off.
All right, well, as we pull just away from Sebring for a moment, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from SVRA here at the Speed Tour in Sebring.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
How long we got to think?
They called 5 on the grid.
Oh, they did. All right. We'll stand by. Yeah. 2 minutes. Group 10.
Ben says they've given a 5 on the grid, guys. Ben says they have given a 5.
Will Ernie race in this one?
Yeah, that's enough. He can go early.
Get on the grid, you're about to go. I haven't seen that crash. That's coming back.
Dyson. I mean, it was dramatic, but it wasn't that dramatic. In other words, you can see it was obvious why it happened. The car just went like this, and the car just slipped one way, and then when it came back the other way, it just hit Ernie. But I mean,
you got done for a
Yeah, no, I mean, it was his fault. Unfortunately, it was his fault. He wasn't intentionally trying to trip that. Ernie, but he did. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. It's a beautiful day here in Central Florida here in February, the only place you can get proper sunshine. Well, it's not the only place. Arizona, Texas, California. Actually, maybe not. It's raining in California, but it never rains, supposedly. But we are looking at the Miller Genuine Draft. NASCAR. The number 2.
That should be Rocco there. Been in the paddock with us for a long time. I always knew him as a crew person with Cobra Automotive, and turns out he is a pretty good wheel and really good race car driver with us in our SVRA Group 10. This is kind of a weird group because, yes, it is one group, Group 10, as opposed to 1, 3, 4, 5B, but then you've got Group 10 GT4 or
nice
Group
work.
10
Do you see
stock car.
Garcia
Look at
giving you
that.
a wave then?
Wave, Tony.
Garcia.
Let's see.
The old ham.
Yeah. Come on, wave to us. We can see it. There he is. He's waving to us.
We got you.
That's the 7A of Charles Wicht, international GT competitor, 2021 Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. We've got about 1 minute on the grid. So this is full of a lot of Cup cars in both series.
Yeah.
NASCAR Cup cars, Winston Cup cars. And
How do you
then
spell
we've got
Cup?
some
Is that with an R in the middle?
Maybe.
Cup.
And we've got a lot of NASCAR Cup cars.
Tom McGlynn.
And we've got a lot of Porsche Cup cars.
996.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's a good
Thumbs
one.
up
Thumbs
forward.
up forward. I like that.
All right.
That should be the new thing.
Tom McGlynn with Youngblood wheels. I like that. You're winning, Tom.
Yep.
He's rolling out with his Youngblood wheels. There's Ike Keeler there, and then number 15, Bud Moore, Mercurio. And that was the one I need to make a correction. So I apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
Casey Kane.
In the comments, you were right. You showed me in all caps and a lot of exclamation points. It's Casey Kane, not Bill Elliott. The car tomorrow was
fair,
Casey Kane.
To be fair, Billy Elliott drove the number 9. Chase Elliott drives the number 9. We're not NASCAR folk.
I feel like somebody like a Bill Elliott, Richard Petty, should Dale Earnhardt, they should retire those numbers unless they give permission to use them again.
Well, they retired in MotoGP. They retired the numbers. The 66 is retired. We lost a great rider in Marco Simoncelli. They retired his number. Kevin Schwantz's 34 is retired for the same reason. One of the greats, one of the legends of MotoGP. And I agree. I think they should take that into car racing too. I mean, why not? Trouble is, you'd run out of numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
Alan Davison with food
is this the
processing
is this your
equipment
chicken nugget
yes,
man?
Yeah.
There you go.
Makes a food processing equipment company out of Arkansas. And then, I was wrong. I did speak to his wife, I believe, today at the grid. It's Chopatini.
Oh, Chopatini, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So I've been saying it wrong this whole time. He corrected me last season, and I forgot his correction, so we're going to make it right today. That is Frank Chopatini in a Chevrolet Camaro. Let me go through the grid here real quick. Did you see Ernie Francis out there?
Not yet.
Okay, so Jeff Rocco. Yeah, there's Jeff Rocco in the front in a Pontiac Grand Prix, the Rusty Wallace car. Then we've got Edward Savajian is not out there. So Brian Collier, I don't see him out there either. Blaze Chitta is not out there. I don't see him. So Charles Wicht in a Porsche 992. Mark Mercurio in a Howe Camaro. Tom McGlynn, Ike Keeler, Randy Walker, Scott Frazier, Dave Ricci, Rick Frazier in the Hooters car. Alan
there
Davison.
He is.
There he is. He's about to make a show of it. All right. Rick Frazier, Alan Davison, John Kyle II, Tom Forgione, Paul Mortimer, Frank Chopatini in that Chevrolet Camaro, Tom Capizzi in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and then Ernie Francis Jr. starting from the back.
Well,
I'd put $100 on him winning this race.
I'll take that bet because actually I'll double it. I'll put 200 on any comer.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a figurative $100 because I don't know the legalities
I
of
don't
us
have the other 100. I was
doing this
making it
online. So we are just imagining.
That's the faith we have in Ernie Francis.
Yes.
You know what the problem truth is?
If I could bet $100 legally, I would do it.
Do you know what the real story is? Dave Ricci is a breathless car ride. And I bet you Ernie Francis and his mum and his dad were busy fixing or getting ready Dave Ricci's car. And then they went, hey, you're in this race too, you know.
Yeah.
And then that's why he's out there at the back and took the longest to get out there. So that's probably what's going on with Ernie. But it won't stop him. I love this. Great line from Jeff Logan on YouTube. Says, NASCAR versus Porsche? What? I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, they run similar lap times in a completely different way. So it should be interesting out there. And they have to be aware of that. They have to be aware that the big stock cars can't stop, and the Porsches can come right through and dive bomb them at every corner.
But then down this long Ullman straight, the NASCARs let them go, and away they go. So then, the Giannetta's lights are out, and we are ready for some real muscle car magic here at Sebring once again. Listen to that roar.
I think Ernie will have it by the time they reach turn 3, second lap.
Okay. Well, that's a better bet, actually. A more interesting bet, shall I say. He's got one already. Ahead of the number 6 of Frank Cioppattini. Cioppattini. All right, then. Get ready for the green flag. Group 10 about to get underway for their second race of the weekend. And away they go. NASCAR roars. Porsche roars. Randy Walker in third. They all spread out. Where's Ernie going to pop out?
Ernie Francis just being patient.
Yeah. Into the first corner they go. And into third goes the number 15.
Mike Keeler in that Bud Moore livery, tribute livery. Now, this is where it all went wrong for Ernie earlier today.
Yeah.
So
Ernie's picked up one spot.
Biden his time here.
Joe Biden his time. Yep, he's one spot up into the turn 3. And looking to try and make another move. But the field's starting to spread out, so he's going to have to get a hurry on. Jeff Rocco not in any mood in the Pontiac Grand Prix to slow down. Down towards the Cube 3, turn 7 hairpin. Under braking. This is where the NASCARs, if you will, have a bit of a disadvantage. The heavier, not as good at brakes as the more nimble Porsches.
But this, we say this every time, but that is the era that I liked, where the NASCAR cars actually look like the cars that they were based on. Like, that looks like a Pontiac Grand Prix. Soon after that, they started looking like, they resembled the cars that they're based on.
Silhouette, as we call it, yes. No, I know. I share your interest in them looking. I like the Gen 3 car. I like the fact that it's just a little bit more racier.
Yeah.
And actually does look a bit more like a
it does.
car. Now, here comes Ernie.
They got that right.
Now, by the way, this is one of Ernie's championship-winning cars. Now, he's been away from Trans Am for 2 years now. He's been doing Indy Next. He's still a youngster, remember. But 7 titles in all, 4 consecutively in Trans Am. That's, of course, what Chris Dyson is chasing this year, but he's not made it easy for himself in the first round. So it's great to see Ernie in his championship-winning TA car. Put on a hell of a show back in the day. Down the back straight, roaring, making a beautiful sound, even echoing through our commentary box here. Sounds like an airplane landing.
It is Cup car versus Cup car, because I think that car ahead would have been a Winston Cup car. It looks like the era that Winston was still the main sponsor of NASCAR.
So that's a Cup car versus a Porsche Cup car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 992 GT3. What's the difference between a 991 GT3 and a 992 GT3?
Well, they're different numbers.
Thank you. That's brilliant. I can see why we got you.
That's what I know. Yeah, that's my expertise. Yeah. One's bigger than the other.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thanks for playing.
They all look, to be honest, and I know I'm going to get criticized for this, but they all look the same to me.
Yeah. Oh.
I know that I'm about to.
You're
just
going
make
straight
the
to hell for that one.
Up. Oh man.
Less than a second between Rocco and Wick, though, at the front, which is good. And then a bit of a gap to Walker in third. Keeler still fourth, and there's a good battle going on for third and fourth. Ernie Francis is up to fifth. Where did you say he would be by the end?
I thought he would be by him by now, but he's actually being pretty patient. He doesn't want to tear up that car because he has to fix it.
He has to fix it. He'll have to take it home and fix it. He's already had one smash. He's already got a repair bill for Weaver at the moment.
Yeah.
Actually, he won't be paying that, I don't think. But look at him go. He is scything his way, as he always did, through the field. We've seen Ernie do this when he was back in the day.
But look at this. All of the IndyCar paddock is here.
Yeah.
Ernie Francis was just in IndyCar,
Yep.
in that family. So maybe this is a little bit like, hey
guys, don't forget me.
Check this out.
Well, I heard this morning that he did get a late offer from Indy Next to be in the championship this year, but he'd already signed up with Trofeo. So he may find and squeeze in some Indy Next races in his schedule.
To, because the talent is one thing.
Yeah.
But the personality, the work ethic, the person that he is, if I were a team owner, he fits every check mark in there.
Well, I pray for the day when he gets picked up by a big IMSA team, because look out IMSA, because he will absolutely do the 12 hours, the 24 hours, he'll do Le Mans, he'll do IMSA, and before you know where you are, he'll be doing WEC, because he's that good a driver. And he's what, 24?
Yeah. Looks like he's going to be a lap later than I had predicted.
Well, there's your $100 gone, but he's already passed another man as they cross the line. Ernie up to second place now and chasing the leader. It's now NASCAR versus Trans Am.
Pontiac versus Ford versus Porsche.
Yeah, as is always here.
Yeah.
Look at Ernie.
Oh, gosh.
He's going to make it before turn 3, is he? Yep, under braking. Ernie Francis Jr.
That was a lap
See ya.
late.
Lap late. I'm sorry, but your $100 stays in your pocket.
Yeah, that imaginary $100, it does.
But Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now here in Group 10, as we predicted. And from here on in, goodbye, everybody else. It's the Ernie Show.
But this battle between Wicht and Jeff Rocco is still really good. Now watch this Porsche be able to outbrake.
Should break him now, yeah.
Right by. And then from 60.
Oh, he's not giving up.
Oh, gosh.
All right, let's see if you got the grunt down Fangio. Come on. Come on, NASCAR. Boogity, boogity.
You got to wonder if Rusty Wallace ever comes across these clips and just thinks, you know, it's so
What are you
cool
doing,
to see
my
these
old
cars.
car?
Yeah. Because you don't, you know, as a driver, you don't want them to just waste away in a museum.
You certainly don't. You'd love
you want
to see
them
it
out there.
on the track, yeah.
And, you know, I bet you Rusty Wallace is like, I'd like to drive that thing around Sebring.
I'm sure with social media the way it is, he probably gets Instagrams of this car every weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure he's been texted.
Yeah.
Your car's racing right now.
Where are you?
Check it out.
Are you in it? That's probably what people say. Were you at Sunset last week?
Now, we will have some legends with us in July at Lime Rock, the Speed Tour All-Star Race, and we have some huge names.
Come on.
Well, first of all, let me just say this. Greg Biffle and Boris Said are about to be on track together.
Oh,
so
my word.
What could go wrong there?
Nothing.
Then we've got, like, Ryan Newman, Bill Elliott.
Awesome.
Labonte's going to be out there. Hornaday is going to be out there. So we have a huge list of cars. But this time
will Will Farrell be out there in his
maybe,
NASCAR?
yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he'll be out there, the Ricky Bobby Talladega Nights. But, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. They're going to be in TA2 cars this time.
Well, Ernie sets a brilliant, scintillating 0-2, 2 minutes and 4.2 seconds. So he is railing around up there. He's miles ahead in terms of time than anybody else out there, enjoying every minute of it. This is why, by the way, he came back. He wasn't even supposed to do the Trans Am race. He came back specifically to do this historic Group 10 race. And then Brent Cruz fell ill. So that's how he got the chance to do the TA again. Didn't come to anything, but he did get the pole, the fastest lap he's ever done here, a 58.4 around here.
Wow.
Pretty impressive.
There's Dave Ricci. We saw Frank Ciopatini through there. And there is the 110 of Tom McGlynn. Youngblood Wheels.
What is Youngblood Wheels?
That's his wheel company. He was a partner and a supporter of us last year. And we got to go to his factory just south of Sonoma. And there's the Frasers. We haven't seen much of those two cars, but
Scott
the Casey Kane car and the Hooters car. Oh, man. He told me yesterday, who would have driven the Hooters car back in the day? He told me, and I can't remember now.
They had a pair of drivers.
That's the best one this weekend. And there goes, that's in the
I
How.
thought you were talking endurance racing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah.
But come on, comment people. Who was in that car? And Robert Ness says, he ain't first, you're last. So he liked your Ricky Bobby
He liked my
comment.
Ricky Bobby comment. Good.
A few years ago, we rented out Rockingham and did an SVRA event at Rockingham. And we reenacted with one of our drivers, Ron Branham, stripped down to his underwear, got out of the car, and said he was on fire. And I have it all on video. I'm going to have to share that to our social channels as we zoom in here on Frank Ciopatini.
Yeah, he's had a good run. He's sixth place at the moment, chasing down Ike Keeler. Dave Ricci up to seventh. He's gone forward.
Alan Kowicki, that's who it was in the Hooters car. Who wins that one? That is Brandon Temple. Wins the congratulations from us.
Alan Kowicki, yeah. Good call.
And like a true NASCAR fan, Brandon Temple didn't spell his name right.
Well, everybody else seems to remember who drove the Hooters car, except us.
Yeah, I guess so. There we go.
He was the owner-driver. Brett Bourdain drove this particular car. Wow, look, our audience is on it.
They are. I love it. See? We've got experts everywhere, and we absolutely love that. There's that Dave Ricci Camaro. Beautiful car.
Yeah, breathless prepared, and that means it's a Francis family
Did you see
affair.
all the Corvairs? All the Corvairs were Ernie Francis's too out there. I love that Monza station wagon in the paddock.
And he's just done another two. He's just flying. 2040 this time.
Here comes Casey Kane. I do apologize for that. We had a lot of experts here on the comment chat. I really did think that was the Bill Elliott car, but you guys were correct. So feel free to correct us whenever we get it wrong. We do like to get things right. Jonathan told me it was Casey Kane, and I told him no, it was Bill Elliott, so I apologize for that.
It's all right. You're forgiven. So Ernie Francis has extended his lead to almost 20 seconds now in the time that he got into the lead from the back. And he's still got time to extend it further. Just enjoying the sunshine of Florida. Ernie Francis Jr., welcome back to the Trans Am paddock. It's great to have him.
It was so cool to have him in the paddock and get to interview him one last time on the grid, you know, after he's been gone for 2 years and doing so well in his career.
Yeah, I've been watching him in Indy Next. He's not had the best of times, but it's never easy. I mean, that's the rough and tumble. That's one of the hardest championships in the world, in my mind.
And, he never really thought about being an open-wheel driver. His path, he really always wanted to be a sports car driver.
Yep. Yeah, never looked towards stock cars per se. Did Trans Am, was surprised by how well he did in Trans Am, and then
he ran an Xfinity race though at Road America.
Yes,
did pretty well.
Yeah.
But here they come. Look at this battle here. Alan Davis and Alan Kawicki with a pair of ones on the side of it. So that's the Alan Kawicki car, and the Frasers are usually in green midget Spridget cars with this Group 1 car. So I told him, I was like, you couldn't have gone to a more different car. You know, they went from a light, low horsepower car to a way too much horsepower, way too much weight, no brakes car.
So Ernie's extended his lead over Charles Wick to some 27 seconds. He's not really holding back, is he?
Rick Fraser won our Customers Bank. Just basically Great American Citizen Award last night. That's him there.
What did he qualify for that? How did he become
just
that?
all the philanthropy the Fraser family does, and Customers Bank wanted to reward that.
That's
and
nice.
Then Scott Fraser won his Group 1 champion. I think that's his third win, and he's been a Group 1 national champion a few times. So now they've moved up to this Group 10 stock car. And there's Alan Davison in that TA2 car. Alan Davison, another one of our SVRA drivers who really stepped out last year and sponsored Dylan Archer.
That's right.
For many races. That was really cool to see. So thank you, Alan Davison, for doing that.
Yep, and Dylan, pretty good talent, to be honest. Evan Slater, there's a couple of guys that I really like to see back. Thad Moffat seems to have disappeared as well. I'm guessing he's on to bigger and better, but I'd like to see the two I mentioned earlier back in the seat, although it's great having Evan in the commentary booth. So we're getting down to the closing stages of this. Ernie Francis Jr. has made it a cakewalk, as they say here in the US of A.
So Ike Keeler got around that Camaro.
White flag will be out for Ernie in a moment. And this is a good little battle between these two. In fact, that's the best view of those corners I've seen at Sebring. I always get confused when it's on board or low down at that shot. You can follow it much easier through 15 and 15A from above. Here comes your leader. Or leaders.
I thought Ernie Francis was the leader.
Sorry, yeah, he's gone already.
That's our leader in stock car, though. You're
That's
correct
right.
there.
Thank you. Thank you for holding me up.
I love the font of those numbers there.
You like that?
Randy Walker and Ike Keeler going at it right here.
Sounds like a band.
Ford versus Chevy.
35 seconds now over Wick in second place. Rocco some 7 seconds off third place, and through goes the 03 of Walker in fifth.
there's a slight delineation. So Ike Keeler is in a TA2 car. I don't think Randy Walker is technically in a TA2 car. I don't know what the delineation is, but there's something in that car that makes it not a TA2 car.
Okay.
And then there's our Cup car. The Porsche Cup car. There's our Cup car. Back in the day when the drivers would get out and you could barely understand them, you know, they'd be like, oh man, that SOB cut me off in the turn 4. I like those days of NASCAR.
Are you from Tennessee?
Yeah, I am from Tennessee. And I had trouble understanding some of the NASCAR drivers, like Ward Burton. Whew. They'd have to put like closed captioning to interview him after a race.
I used to do the Daytona 500 for Channel 5 in the UK. Boy, that was fun. trying to explain what was going on.
Yeah. Yes, they're turning left and left again.
So we're getting to the closing stages. Ernie Francis Jr. absolutely in the zone in the 98, A. It is his Ford Mustang of yesteryear. And I bet he's enjoying being reunited with the old girl, to be honest. I think he hasn't had much to enjoy. He was really enjoying that Dodge Challenger until he got taken out. Out of the mist comes that Porsche.
Is Ernie still out there? I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he's just gone. He's so far ahead.
Jeff Rocco, though, man, really great talent. That's a difficult car to drive.
Yeah, I can imagine.
At Sebring. And, you know, before I say anything, John, before I jinx this, I just want to point out we haven't had a double yellow in any of the SVRA races this weekend.
Oh, you've done it now. No, you're absolutely right, though.
Some good, clean racing to start the season.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. Good job, SVRA races. Pass here. Randy Walker over Ike Keeler.
Yeah, he did. Randy Walker moves up to fourth
Ike
place.
Keeler's fallen back. Not sure what's happening there.
Well, he'd been chasing him the last 2 laps. He's finally got by.
Just a big shout out to Juan Gonzalez, Mission Foods. Thank you for supporting us. These couple years, we've had a lot of fun. We've got the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour coming up here soon.
Now, keep an eye on Randy Walker because he's in fourth at the moment. He's now going to try and see if he can chase down Jeff Rocco. Closing stages of this one. Here comes the Pontiac into braking. Take a look at the gap as they come out of this corner. It's not too bad. The Pontiac's got a good advantage, but from high above you can see it's not that much. So he's closing in the gap. From fourth place now is Randy Walker in that Camaro. Into Tower Corner and down towards Bennett's Bridge Hall, Bishop's Bend.
You said Camaro like an American.
Did you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been practicing. Because it's a Camaro and we come where we come from. Say it different. It's Camaro right now. Come on now. Oh, what a mistake! He was pushing a little too hard, was the 15 of Ike Keeler. And he's gathered it all together. But bit of a moment there for Ike.
Nice job from Ike Keeler. Good recovery. We saw him kind of falling back, and then he went through turn 5. I saw him go wider than usual, so maybe the tires are falling away from him.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it's hot out there, too. It's a hot day here in Florida. Wind has gone away.
I think Rocco's going to be able to take it here.
Yeah, he's certainly caught up enough. We'll check the gap between them coming into the next lap.
Ciopatini. Frank Ciopatini. I like that era of the Camaro.
You do?
Yeah, I do. Because I think that was kind of like, you know, I was high school age-ish.
Well, yeah. What, you high school for like 15 years, were you?
Yeah. Still no degree.
Still no degree.
Well, now Ciopatini's turned it on as he comes up behind Randy Walker.
Now, Ciopatini is the fastest man out there. He's just done his fastest lap, a 2:12.7. Obviously, that's not on the same pace as Ernie, but of that group of racers that we're looking at. So we'll keep an eye on that. But he's up to 5th, just did his fastest lap, as we say. Here he is.
Yeah, what's happened here? Frank Ciopatini turning it on.
I know, closing stages.
I see them waving the white flag.
There we go. White flag is out.
And back to our leaders. There's Ernie Francis Jr. Just made a pass on Alan Kowicki.
It's just a joy to watch Ernie. It really is. He's ever so smooth. He's so precise. And he just does what it needs to be done. I mean, he's gapped them. Well, he came from the back, and now he's gapped them by almost a lap. Over 45 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. That's how fast he is.
So when I was talking to Bobby Labonte, I asked him, how do you want me to pronounce your name? And he said, well, we pronounce it Labonte, but all NASCAR fans and announcers call it Labonte.
Labonte.
He said they try to shorten all the words.
Right. Why waste a vowel?
Yeah.
You know, hard times.
Look at that. That's a beautiful car. And obviously, it's still got the pace.
Oh, yeah, no question. It's been prepared perfectly again by Breathless, his family team. Goes into the hairpin at turn 7, cube 3 again. Down the mini straight that bends around and jinks to the left and the right, although they call it the Fangio straight. And then the home run down through this next complex here, past the Bennett's Bridge Hall, Bishop's Bend, and into 15A, then 16, and then that long run down to the final corner. Let's celebrate with one of our great champions, 7 times Trans Am champion, not taken part in SVRA.
Look at that TA2 TA car. That was a great representation of the differences of the cars.
No kidding. And Ernie Francis Jr. from Jupiter, Florida, coming out of the last corner. And we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring and win in SVRA, as he has done so many times before in Trans Am. Well done, Ernie.
It's cool to hear you say Ernie Francis Jr. takes the checkered flag again.
Yeah. Yeah, I was very lucky to come into Trans Am just when he was at the height of his powers, and he was a phenom.
Yes.
I missed his GT stroke production car day wins, but he must have been GT champion. Then what was it, TA3?
Yeah, I think TA3, maybe TA4 the first time.
That's
back
right.
then.
Yep. Because he got 7 in total and 4 consecutive TA titles. Well, plane landing. And Charles Wicht coming out of the heat haze and still hasn't finished the race in second place yet. Here he comes. And he's not going slow, folks. So Charles Wicht in that 992 GT3 Cup car comes out of the Mission Foods Sunset corner for the last time to take the checkered flag and take second place. It's a long time coming, but he'll take it. And Jeff Rocco will shortly be crossing the line again in that black Pontiac Grand Prix car to take third. And actually, Frank Ciopatino got ahead.
Whoa.
And got third. Well done. Well, we said he was going quick at the end there, yeah?
Yeah.
He beat Jeff Rocco right at the end. Amazing. Great stuff. So Frank Ciopatino takes the Camaro to
Wait, hold on, we got to
place.
get it right. Ciopatini.
That's it, Ciopatini. Excuse me. Well, that was an interesting race and had some twists and turns for sure. Let's take a look at the highlights of our final Group 10 race from SVRA. And we started off with a NASCAR versus Porsche start. The Miller Light car out front. Ernie Francis starting at the back, but quickly making up spots in his famous 98 Ford Mustang. And that was the moment he took the lead. And once he got the lead, well, he never looked back. It was a good fight, though, for second place. Finally, the Porsche going through on the number 2 Genuine Draft NASCAR. Ike Keeler was also in a good battle. And in the closing stages, though, Ernie Francis Jr. blitzing away. A little mistake by Ike. but Keeler getting it right. And in the end, Ernie Francis Jr. winning by country miles, I like to say, and doing it in style. Charles Vick in second place and Frank Ciopatini in third. Confirmation then of the results. Francis Wick, Ciopatini, Rocco Walker, Ike Keeler 6th, Dave Rishi in 7th, so Breathless are both 1st and 7th. Scott Fraser, Alan Davidson, and rounding out the top 10, Rick Fraser. My thanks to Ben Sissel for coming up and enjoying some SVRA action. And once again, thanks for working the pits, and thanks to all of our help. Thanks to Ken Twaite, thanks to Evan Slater, and thanks to all those involved in the Green Light production. I'm Jonathan Green. We will be at the next round of Trans Am, that is, live on MAV TV at Road Atlanta. And don't forget the Trans Am Thursdays on MAV TV, Thursday nights from 8 p.m. to all the way through, because you've got the documentary series after all the highlights. But until then, for our Speed Tour from Sebring, that's your lot. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel, ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.